Want to know who we are? Let's start here. We do this, that, and we make all of these. We're here to connect and power just about everything around you. We help you save energy. We're not trying to save the world, but we are making the most of our energy and resources and making access to energy and digital basic human rights. Life is on.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be with you all this afternoon. I've not been moderating these conferences for a while, as you can understand, so I'm delighted to talk about digital transformation in your environment. The crisis we're living through, and you've seen this, only seems to be accelerating processes, and this makes the topic of digital transformation even more important and in the news. So I'll do what I usually do with this type of conference, and that's look at basics, go back to basics and look at the situation and look at why we have this acceleration of this digital revolution. Now, this gentleman, I know him. I really think that he's fantastic. He should have obtained the Nobel Prize for Economics. He's one of the 4 people who invented the microprocessor. In 1969, he said the following. It was a very... he said microprocessors are adapted or increase double in power every 2 months, and this happened until 2015. And when you do multiply things by 2 or twofold over a period of 40 years, you go from a microprocessor with 12,000 transmitters, and you end up with 10 billion of them. This has amazing results. In computers 45 years ago, they looked like this. They were not very powerful in general. And then little by little things improved. Over a few years, we saw these computers in big major companies, and then after a while we saw them in small companies. We talked about microcomputing, and this was totally appropriate. And then after the year 2000, we saw them coming into our homes, connected computers, in mass used in the Western world in households. Only 250,000 people were connected at that time to the internet. And so another revolution happened, and then it turned this distribution into a massive distribution. And that, of course, revolution is the smartphone. In 2010, just under 1 billion people were connected to the internet. And if I were to illustrate once again this Moore law, I would say that in these equipment there's 100,000 more calculation power than all of the power that was available to calculate at the time when Mr. Moore was quoting what I just quoted in 1969. 100 times more power than all of the in one piece of equipment than all of the equipment that was available on Earth at the time. So things are carrying on. It's now 2020. This is the 3rd best-sold phone on Earth. You've never heard of it before. That's normal. It's only being sold in emerging places. That has the power of an iPhone 5, and it's worth $15. This is a very good illustration of Moore's law. Is the explanation of the revolution you're seeing around you. So for a small amount of money, you can transport information, store it, and process it. Now today, in 2020, we have a cost ratio only in relation to the year 2000, 20 years previously, that's a factor 70,000. So what you were doing as an administrator of data for €1 million in the year 2000, you're doing it for €15 today. And this shows, actually, this dynamic stopped or came to an end in 2015, but actually it is carrying on because there are all sorts of things and different processes that enable us to carry on innovating. Between now and 2025, analysis shows that 100 billion objects will be connected and in the world of property is a very high consumer of connected objects. So what they say is first universe of connected items are supply chains, second environment is industry, and the third environment is property in general. So there are going to be many things happening, and that's really what I'm going to be talking about. The follow-up in terms of calculation power is not, or computing power, doesn't stop there. So Moore's law, the multiprocessors, increasing the calculation or computer power, and then there are all sorts of breakthrough technologies. The best known is the cloud, but there are more sort of breakthrough ones, quantum computing or computer, with growth upwards through Moore's law over the long term, mid to long term. We don't know if this is going to be reality, but this is something that's fantastic. France just decided to invest 1 billion euros in this technology, quantum computing, and it's very promising in general. Third era, big mainframe computers, specialized for 1 to 2 tasks. The era of microcomputers and smartphones, what you have in your pocket, and we've just added a graphic interface onto these mainframes, and we've made the size smaller. You have more or less the same thing. And then an era that we can't see the importance of for the moment, and that's AI. IA, that's going to be totally revolutionary. If you were just to retain one thing from IA, that's that it can adapt to environments that are highly non-predictable. So, for example, driving a car is one of them. And where they found it hard to go was in the world of services. And this is something that is happening in a massive way now. So this means that you can make savings in opportunity, in terms of opportunity. So people such as Shannon, as he said this, you put information into a complex system and it makes it more complex with this structure. So the discussion on 5G, for many reasons, it's absurd, I would say, but we could actually talk about this, and this is why I think this. Countries such as Africa, a continent such as Africa, with no mineral resources, and over the past 15 years they have growth that's higher than others, 5.5% with aggregated figures in Africa, and 2.7% in the rest of the world. And if you put information into a system that's has low development, this information means that you optimize the flows, and the growth is therefore moderately high in these countries. That's what you see. You can see in these countries, 16 countries, the growth of GDP on the red line, and then telecom growth and the massive improvement, and then this has an effect on the GDP per capita, which is a significant increase and improvement. And you can see this. This is the World Bank figure. Between now and 2027, it's going to lead to massive development through connected telephones, smartphones. All of this is possible because of innovation. Kenya MP5 has the first monetary flow, or is the first monetary flow in the country. Almost 50% of cash flow is managed through this smartphone, because in general we all have a capability to create data. You're all doing it. You do it when you go onto social networks, but even with a mobile phone that's inert, you create data. And this means data means intelligence, and it's the wisdom of the public, of the audience, as they often say, and they bring this information together, such as Wikipedia. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. If you print it, it's 250 meters high. There are fewer mistakes per page in Wikipedia than in Britannica, that is made and computed by Oxford and Cambridge universities. So this is, of course, the positive aspect of the technology, and we'll talk about the negative aspects of this revolution later on. But what you need to understand is that this is more and more on a capillary system. It's more and more spread around all over the place. It goes where it was not before, because technology allows it. TCP/IP is the basic infrastructure for the internet, and there are also other technologies that mean that you can decentralize computing, blockchains, and the software-defined networks, SDNs, within 5G, that mean that networks in companies mainly become totally virtualized or virtual. Wherever you are, you're protected by the same security or security system of your new company, whether you might be whether you're at home in Nice or Dunkirk. And all of this is based on the idea of data, and this idea of data has developed substantially and has done over the past few years. So, for example, if you look at things 20 years ago, you were just in a structured data environment. We didn't know how to differentiate between structured and non-structured. If you were if you were in charge of the art collection at the Louvre, you could only just put this information into the database, and you could only do searches with keywords that you could have previously chosen. So you could sort, for example, the works of art by saying, I want the portraits. If you had a tab with portraits, you could then find the portraits. 20 years later, you can say, off the cuff, please, could you give me all of the portraits that include a young girl with a blue sort of head scarf and red lipstick. And so you can do this now, and this is because of big data and artificial intelligence that we're going to talk about in a moment. Now, I was talking about the reduction in cost. That's fantastic, and the data administrators today are able to do things and access artificial intelligence and massively process data in an unexpected way. Only 10 years ago, we would not have been able to predict that this type of powerful tool would have been available to everyone through, thanks, among other things, the cloud. AI is another revolution, and it started in the years 2000 through a certain number of breakthrough discoveries and technologies. We discovered what are called the convolutional areas, discovered by a Frenchman called Yam Le Ken, and we were able to assemble hundreds of thousands of pictures of dogs and cats. If you want to differentiate a dog from a cat in AI, you need lots and lots of different examples. And in fact, that's one of the major breakthroughs that's not been that we've not gone beyond. If you show an 18-month-old child a dog and a cat, for all their life they'll know the difference between a dog and a cat. AI is not able to do this yet. However, having had the internet that brought, as you do this in Google, that shows you images and gives you access to hundreds of thousands of different references for anything, this has increased the speed of learning of artificial intelligence systems. And that's why data is an essential sovereign element. If you have data, you have intelligence, you have potential for development, and this is a very strong thing. And then third breakthrough, of course, is the invention of a new category of microprocessors called GPUs. They've been able to increase very, very much the power of calculation by a factor 10,000, and this was in 2006. So this all means that the world is in a phase or in a period of acceleration at the moment. And even though I told you that Moore's law was put into question for the number of transistors on a silica slab that can no longer be used more, we see now the explosion of a revolution and a development that we think will lead in the next few years to self-driving cars, totally autonomous, no longer need for any steering wheel. And this was something that a few years ago, or 3-4 years ago, was just a hypothesis and a possibility. Today, scientists are all agreeing on the fact that this is going to be something that will be possible. Now, where the revolution is something we can actually see and smell is in what is called meta-digital companies, or GAFAs, or GAFAMs in French. No one would have been able to guess that in 30 years we would have had companies worth billions of dollars, and that these would have taken over in terms of wealth, the wealth of oil-producing companies, for example. But what's incredible is that a lot of these companies are still free of charge. Facebook, Google, Tencent. So they offer free storage, geolocalization, navigation services, and search services, and communication at high speed. So the most sophisticated technologies all over the world are something you access every day free of charge, and you do it on a continual basis every day. And in business schools or engineering schools, we did not learn this, so it's a real problem for legacy companies to actually go through their digital transformation process. Another change is the paradigm change, and that's called open source. Now, when Rich Samuel invented Linux, he's on the picture here, he did not think that 25 years later, that 30 years later, that it would be the main power in the software. If you go on a platform such as GitHub, you have 50 million encoders there. 89% of the projects on GitHub are open source. You can take the code, you can use it, you can use GitHub without knowing it, or the results of GitHub 100 times a day when you drive your car, when you go past a traffic light, when you use your mobile phone. In this room around us, there are probably hundreds of software pieces that have been written via this platform, GitHub, that means that you can share code messages and review them with other IT or computer scientists, and you no longer what we do now is we stick together pieces of software. No one would have guessed that this would have developed in this way. These are meta companies, and they weigh for the first 100, they weigh the GDP weight of the OECD countries, the wealthiest countries in the world. So this is the emergence, or linked to the emergence of an industrial economic revolution, and we still haven't measured the result of this. If you think the digital revolution has gone, we've gone beyond it, that's wrong. We've only reached 10% of the potential of it. Now, a few ideas of what underlies this revolution. How do companies work, digital companies work? Well, they are platforms, that's the first thing. They are technological platforms. They rest on the unified data. They're no longer in silos. This data is no longer in silos, in departments. They're on a platform, this data, that's shared by the whole company with a great deal of safety, security, standardization within the distribution systems. But the other aspect of the platform is the management model. It's gone from a model that was almost solely vertical to a model that's far more cross-functional, and it's based mainly on the end of the silo of the project. In other words, thanks to support functions that are digital ones, well, you're going to be able to change the way the company is organized. So analytics, that means that you can share scenario in any company, communication systems, specialized chatting services, qualified ones, and then sharing of project systems, which mean that you can see the projects together and deal with them in a communal way. This would not have been possible without the cloud, and this means that the companies I was showing you earlier on, all of the unicorns, decacorns, centacorn companies, thousandcorn, billions of dollars, they rest mainly on the same management principle. So this, in other words, is a traditional company. The blocks at the bottom are information systems. They are self-sufficient and separate, and they don't really communicate. And then this is all overhauled, and the model becomes a system where the project system is predominant, and so the whole of data synchronizes the company, and this with high efficiency. These projects are mobile. You move from one project to another, and as my friends say this quite often in Silicon Valley, they say that hierarchy does not play a role. Hierarchy is the strategic vision and the management of the chaos when this happens, which happens in these companies. I'm not saying that these companies are fantastic. They do have social issues, but the management system is not something you can do away with. Companies that will remain a management model for the 21st century will disappear, because they will have 20th century will have loss of productivity because they are not productive enough. And these models intrinsically bring more production. And rather than running after innovation, you can precede it. You can decide to create a standard and a reference for your field of work, and you don't have to be a meta company to be able to do this. There are a whole lot of other examples of companies that have become must companies in their environment without necessarily having achieved the size of a giant company in Silicon Valley. And then there are other companies, industrial ones, they're not doing very well at the moment. I'm thinking of GE, Safran, and CFM International. They are putting these management processes in place to produce airplane reactors, and this means that they have to have 100% quality, and they do it with productivity levels that are non-comparable with their competitors, and they haven't actually moved on to these models yet. So until the COVID-19 crisis, the reactors of the planes were one of the major success, or the most successful commercial operations of all time, because the order form for CFM International was $270 billion, once again before this terrible crisis. And so all of this is pushing us to say the following. Well, we're going from a world in which the innovation cycles were managed and spread around countries. You had the regulation that structured the market, and now we're moving into a world where things are virtual, and so they're integrated and globalized. And a small startup that is situated in the Silicon Valley or in Beijing today could become totally or destructure a market because it might have created new processes. In real estate, we're thinking of Airbnb, it's B2C operation, but this is of great concern in some for some companies, and well, it was and it still is. This means that all of the innovation models have to be set up within the company. Now, what do? In general, they keep the organization as it is with the hierarchy, and they put breakthrough innovation in the middle. It's a sort of amazing project, and then the antibodies come and destroy the project. People who are against it destroy it. So what we need is to take from different places in the hierarchical system, so in staff, top management, and right in the middle of that hierarchical system, people to whom we give these innovative projects to run. And this is something I've done with several companies in the world. I haven't invented this. Coulter actually, guru of American management, or American guru of management, invented this, and then you bring a project that becomes a wow project, and it's a reference in the company, and it leads all of the companies forwards in the long term. So this means that you're going to contaminate your company because it is going to have this project brought in, it's going to be in contact with this project, and then it's going to bring it back into a traditional organization that it's then going to hack to modify and to put it into a new system. This is very important. I'm not, of course, in charge of managing innovation in my company, but rather than concentrating on AI and blockchains, and even to a certain extent the technological infrastructure, what is important is that we need to start with the management model and the governance itself of the company. Now, another aspect that is really also developed is think in the name of the user, be obsessed by what the user would do or think. And this is interesting when you do this, because generally companies in the 21st century set up a silo system of specialization, and from a cultural point of view they find it very difficult to remove themselves from this, which I'm talking about banks, financial services in general, any type of service really. And here you have a structural representation of property for office, so office space. So when you're a user, basic user, a manager going to work on a daily basis or 3 times per day if they are working from home half-time, then you're in this sort of broken service. You have different services. You go to the kindergarten, take your children to school or to the kindergarten, then you could take a bus or you take your own car, you arrive in the company, you have a remote conference or a meeting with people. Your company supplies a certain number of additional services, and all of this, often it's integrated, but most of the time it's very, very sort of broken up. And so the power of digital platforms is that they take these services and they unify them. They do what are called seamless experiments that are integrated. In property management, commercial property management, or commercial property, I'm not going to mention names. You can see this starting to happen, and it's being developed to react to the advent of GAFAs. They have their eye on this, and also e-trade is taking on new power, and we try to help people and take them by the hand and try to develop the experience and create this new type of experience. And I think this is what you need to think about and how you need to think about it. When people come into the mall, that's not when they need to be led by the hand. They need to be led by the hand where things make their life easier. And I'm saying this because I talked about my friends earlier on who work in major companies in Silicon Valley, but they talk about an experience that is fantastic. They have a concierge. They've left the keys on a permanent basis with the concierge. And people can send plumbers or repair things in their flat while they're not there, and they clean, and this is all integrated. Of course, they're wealthy, so it's easier for them to do this, but it's also easier for them to do it because they have the data, and the data helps them set up this type of experience. They know where the keys are, they know what's happening in the flat, there's a picture of the issue that needs to be sorted, and all of the experiments or experiences are created from beginning to end. They integrate school, nursery, the way you eat, and all sorts of different other things. It's absolutely incredible. And if they do it, it's because they actually learn from it. And in the future, they're thinking, and this is what all companies are saying in the Silicon Valley, or all gaffers, we're only developing a service if it can weigh between now and the next 10 years, $10,000 in turnover. So the conciergerie services, for example, will have a reach all over the place. And so it's best if you do this in the future in your company rather than get these concierge services to do it. So it's multi-face, bi-face, and they integrate data, and they integrate people and companies that do different things. We're not just talking about tradespeople or shops or consumers. No, we're talking about integrating other types of players. And once again, I mentioned Airbnb earlier on, but it's actually quite incredible to see what a plethora of players revolve around Airbnb. Some people even do quite major repair work, and they're associated with Airbnb, and they can help you to change or renovate your house if you change it, for example, into one of their Airbnb hotels, quote unquote. It makes you rethink about this creation of value system. The partners who were strategic partners in the company and historic ones are then put on a second level, and people that you'd never thought about suddenly become first-range partners. Now, very quickly, 4 ideas that you need to bear in mind in order to succeed in digital transformation. First of all, no digital transformation is possible if you do not have the CEO on board, the executive committee to support the board with a strategic vision supporting the CEO, the general director or the CEO. And generally, it's more interesting when you're a listed company, especially a French major company, and it's better to have pension funds on board. If you miss a quarter, the pension funds will go for you straight away. So you need to tell them, well, you need to transfer funds. It's going to take time. You say we're transferring funds. We're not going to necessarily have growth that's as strong as it was in the past, but at least the company is going to be safe and secure for the 21st century. This is not easy to do. I often talk about this with major industrialists in France, and they say that it's a nightmare to end up or be able to transfer this message to the major institutional shareholders. But it is essential. If you are a small company, the same applies, with, of course, stakeholders that are not of the same type, but it's essential to agree all together on the fact that we're going to go down a route that was not necessarily the route that one knew 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, or even the century before for some companies. And so it's not a choice, it's essential. Now, second idea, and I said this earlier on, they often say, well, it's technology. Yes, it is technology, but technology are people. And so your challenge is the employer's brand, training, in-house training, recruiting the best, people and people again, once again. And this, I think, is a problem in the company. I don't know many companies that are able to plan for this. And in fact, the third aspect here is creating a vision that underpins the strategy and a strategy that underpins the roadmap. 3 roadmaps. One for people, I've just said it. It means that you can plan for the midterm recruitment, an infrastructure for technology roadmap. This is what will enable the exposure of data to all colleagues. And then governance roadmap. How do we reduce the number of hierarchical levels? How do we, little by little, move the company into a project mode? It can't be done overnight. And so you might as well put this into light or into perspective to do this. And then fourthly, and I talked about this earlier on, creating a data culture, a design culture. This is truly important. Telling people wherever they are, whether they're in management control, financial control, marketing, well, the only person who is the most important as the CEO, as the executive members of the board, is the user. And when I say the user, I'm not saying client, I'm saying user, because actually the user produces data, and the data is at least as important in the company as customer satisfaction, which means that it is a reflection of the capability to bring together a whole lot of stakeholders who take part in the customer satisfaction process. So it's the capacity to create a design experience with data that is very important in the company. And these are ideas that are very difficult to push, especially when you're in a conference where you're trying to talk about everything in 40 minutes. But anyway, this is absolutely essential in order to succeed. So, of course, I talked earlier on about, and I'll talk about this later on, all of the dystopic or dystopia elements, two dystopic or dystopia elements. I'm not going to talk about totalitarian systems and GAFAs. Now, what's important for companies? Governance of data. If you're not able to govern data in an intelligent way, you end up such as Sony studios ended up in the United States. You have leaks of data, and then you fully lose the trust of your consumers and users, and this in a general way. But even without the leaking of data, having the appropriate data governance and respecting people and ensuring that when they say once to you that they do not want to have notifications on their mobile telephone, then you don't just try a couple of weeks later to send them a notification with a trick that most of the app suppliers provide. At least on my phone, I should imagine that you have pretty much the same experience. And then the other aspect is the cybersecurity aspect, which of course is a main challenge. I have many meetings that I hold on this topic, and you cannot imagine to what extent this is going to become something that is first of all, a geostrategic element. It's no longer just hackers, the states actually hacking, and there's also something to do with competition, because unfortunately some companies are going to not necessarily play the game within their ecosystem, and collectively or communally, we're able to deal with these threats in an efficient way. So cybersecurity investments are essential, and thankfully we are starting to see the beginnings in France of the awareness of this type of thing. I'm saying this because, and if you want to come and look at this environment, read a book that I found amazing, the best read, I think, over the past 4 years. It's called Sandworm, and it explains to what extent we are exposed, and it's written by a word journalist who's a star journalist. It's fantastic.
Okay, now a few words concerning real estate, generally speaking, which I believe are quite interesting. We've talked a lot about BIM. I hope I'm not going to offend anyone here. Now, I'm kind of, let's say, I have doubts, right, when it comes to BIM, and I'd rather go for the free flow of data, right? So it's ecosystems that are capable of standardizing APIs, so taking exchange of data. I believe this will lead to very powerful BIMs. I'm not that much convinced by proprietary systems. I can see the market how it is today. Quite great projects out there and initiatives, but then if you take the data linked to the models before the building will be linked to the maintenance and management of the building in the future, right? So these need to be links, and these are let's say the difference between people who do BIM today and myself is that we need an open standard. Obviously, we need to take into account security and safety aspects. Then another thing, I think too many people go about real estate as being a stock, right? It's not the case. Real estate is about flows of people, flows of energy, flows of goods within the real estate. And I think it's quite interesting to think about your business as in a flow, right? Because this allows you to, let's say, take a step back and not talk about ownership, but just talk about or think about flows. And if you bring it down to data, right? So you just think about flows, data, and flat, right? Flat flows. I did this exercise in a workshop, I think a year ago now, and at the end of this exercise, everyone was quite impressed about the business opportunities. It was amazing if you go about the business in this way, right? So not supply of finished buildings, right? And I know that quite a lot of you go about your activity in this way, but I think you need to try at least this approach. And then more or less on the same line here, I mentioned crowd intelligence and data, right? Well, you need this to be you need to take on board communities. If you have engaged communities, they are the stakeholders of the buildings, right? And you can actually have stakeholder communities, right? People who are not happy about why you're building this or that. You need to understand this. You need to interact with them. It could be on social network. It could be on dedicated platform. You name it. But all of this has a lot of value. Why? Because it's having all these commitments, engagements that will allow you to do the math. 2 and 2 equals 5, right? Thanks to the new business opportunities based on data. And then the last thing I believe is going to be a big thing in the years to come. This has to do with the sustainability of infrastructure, namely. Right, what I'm saying. Today, we have this existing and growing constraint, right? But it's going to be completely different. And it would be completely different if we consider this within the frame of digital. I was part of the Reinvent Paris jury, so this was a project that was allocated to a few builders. Some of whom are in this room. Anyway, but the idea was to consider how, with a smarter approach, one could reduce reduce the complexity of the project. Well, anyway, if we take this, even at the level of Europe, of the EU, right, building a school, there's so many gains that could be done. For a school, it could be 20% with these smarter approaches. You can create additional services. It's quite impressive what can be done. And basically, this is what Reinvent Paris tried to do. And this is probably going to be the standard for tomorrow. And then also, and this is something the EU is really working on, this is completely reorganizing the building industry and trying to attach to the material used for construction a value, and a value that is linked to time. It has to do obviously with the maintenance, the management of the building, right? But the data obviously is going to impact what you do, and perhaps even more than in other industries, businesses. And it will be at the core of what you do. Right, so this is the end of my presentation. I still have 9 minutes, I believe, to take a few questions and provide you with the answers to these questions. Thank you very much. Right, so the questions, please ask them via Slido. Ooh, that's not going to be easy. I think some people would like to ask the questions without the microphone. No, sorry, no, or I can do it. No, this is the new world. Hehe. Need to play it by the rules. Don't touch the microphone, Sarah. Right, sorry. So you talked about flows in supply chain. You said we needed to rethink flows. Can't remember exactly how you said this. Could you perhaps tell us more about this? Right, okay. Now, listen, in the industry, who, where, what do we consume industry? Well, some people would say, okay, concrete, making concrete, right? But no, 90% is in supply chain. 70% of the carbon print is transport. Stocks, transports, with very low profit, by the way. Now, obviously, it's going to be the benefit of some people and some let's say players in the supply chain. But if you limit the supply chain, you increase the load of your trucks, you reduce stocks, obviously, well, you make money, right? Okay, I can take an example. I find this is crazy, by the way. Company parking lots, right? The occupancy rate is roughly 5%. And if you take a car, it's 1.9 users per car in France. So the model is, at some point in time, going to be seen as crazy, right? Having been crazy. Now, the idea is to create experiences that are quality experiences, right? So instead of being stuffed in the commuter train, well, use a car, but not use it on your own, right? The migration that has been done in Paris with cycle lanes everywhere being just imposed on the people is perhaps a bit aggressive, but in any case, I believe that real estate companies have their word to say here, right? And this does not necessarily mean growing beans on the roof of your buildings, right? I mean, there are limits, obviously, to what can be done. But it's just thinking outside the box. It's just trying to do things differently. I mean, there are things that are quite interesting. But then there needs to be a scientific approach. If you take, for instance, the flow in your buildings, right? You have so and so many people in this building. They need various services. They need to be fed, right? And this leads to external users, external services that can be studied and worked on thanks to data. And this can allow you to rethink the way you build those buildings, right? And I'm just saying this from the top of my head, right? Because it could be interesting to calculate the impact in terms of transport if you had people hire at 8 o'clock and some at 9 o'clock, right? If you do this in the context of COVID, if you do this permanently, what is the organization, right? With schools, kindergartens, shopping, and all the other services, right? This is your job, I believe. And if you do this, you will continue to create value, and one day people say, okay, we need to increase the load rate of the building and so on. Because when you look at the space that is occupied by people in France, I think it's been multiplied by 20 in the last century. But at some point we need to stop. I have a question here. What's your opinion about edge computing, and namely in the building industry? Great question. Answer could be quite long. I'm going to try to do this as short as possible. So edge, right? Instead of having a decentralized computation in a cloud, probably in California, well, the idea is to have part of the calculation done locally. Now, nowadays we talk about fog, right? So you have cloud and local calculation at the same time. Now, there's hedge that is being done everywhere, right? So you do local calculation, and then you only send what is important to the server. Now, I believe that the hedge type infrastructures are going to multiply. When you take Netflix, right? People say, okay, Netflix consumes a lot in the US. No. Netflix, the flow is just roughly 100 kilometers, right? In Paris, it's 10 kilometers because you have a server in a data center which is locally set. Tomorrow, people in companies are going to have to make choices between mini data centers that are going to manage the connected objects in your building, and those that require artificial intelligence, for which we will have to use additional learning, which will then be transferred to the local data center in order to make the building smart. And this, by the way, leads some people who do planning, who think about the way companies are organized to include these services and these approaches, to have data centers much smaller, but within the companies. And this is not the same type of calculation, but it's something you need to bear in mind nonetheless. Okay, 2 minutes and 40 seconds if you want to take a go. Slido is the app, right? Slido, yeah, great, thank you.
Monsieur, il a une question. Je ne sais pas si on va aller en prison parce que...
Hello, my name is Mr. Wub. I'm a real estate agent. I'd just like to come back to the notion of flow. Is it possible for you to perhaps take us a little further in? Because I'm quite interested. Yeah, but what do you mean? Right, no, I mean, what is the way? No, okay, what is the approach? How could we take this flow as a real estate agent? I think I get it now, right. Okay, the most simple thing to do is to create a workshop on this, right? So bring together the various stakeholders, so your clients, your suppliers, people who repair buildings, just bring them together. Get someone who understands a bit about digital, has a digital mindset. It's perhaps not going to be easy for you to find such a person, but I can give you, if you ask me on Twitter, I can send you data of people who are quite good at this, and then you can spend 2 or 3 hours, quite interesting, which will allow you to identify business opportunities for you, right? So they're probably not going to be the same if you are CDRE or a small, I don't know if Severo still exists anyway, or a small agency. Sorry for that, oops. So you still exist, okay, cool. So not the same opportunities, right? But you will find the right level according to what you need, and then based on that you do your prototype, right? I talked about build to fail at the time, right? So you just do a quick prototype, and you just see if there's anything in there for you. I hope that answered the question. And then we have one last question here. How can you bring together ecology and mass deployment of new IoT equipment? Well, same thing here. I'm going to be quite straightforward with you, and I've published a few things on this, by the way. The debate consists, let's say that, 5G and the rebound effect and so on, boo-boo, rubbish. Why? Okay. Now, every calculation that's been done on the efficiency gain of digital systems show gains that are absolutely completely significant. If you take the footprint, right? If you take truck loads between 2000 and 2017, increased by 14%. So that's roughly hundreds of trucks less and hundreds of millions of kilometers less, because the trucks are laden in a smarter way. How is this possible? Thanks to information systems. This is digital, right? So it comes back to what I said earlier on. It's this ability to better use stock, better use inventories, to have the right level of flow with your stock, right? And every study will show this. I talked about Shannon earlier on. Shannon was a genius who created the theory of information in 1948, if I'm correct. And what he said is, you put information in the system, and it's just so much more efficient than it was before that. It wouldn't be possible to manage the world without information, right? Now, 5G, you didn't talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it, right? 5G is so extraordinary. From a functional point of view, it's less energy, much more data flows. So if we were to suppress 2, 3, and 4G and only have 5G, or let's say only have 4 and 5G, which is possible, by the way, and this is the French approach, with so much more data. I came across this study on Friday. You diminish the flow by 1/3, the energy flow, that is, right? And beyond this, these are buildings that are better with less consumption, less heating use. Vehicles are better used. this sounds stupid perhaps, but autonomous vehicles, for instance, if an autonomous vehicle really becomes a thing, right, this 4% use I mentioned earlier on will move to 20%, right? Because you won't be owners of your cars, and your cars during the night will be used to distribute parcels, let's say, right? And so all of this is a change of paradigm. No more parking lots. So big spaces that can be used, less urban sprawl. It's just a new world. So going against 5G is going against the potential of the world. Now, then obviously there are some things, right? Watching a 4K movie on the smartphone doesn't really make sense. But then this means regulation, right? And setting the right rules in the industry. And this is not too difficult to implement, I'd say, rather than deciding if we do or not, or if we go or not for 5G. I think this is it, right? Thank you very much. It was really great being here.
Want to know who we are? Let's start here. We do this, that, and we make all of these. We're here to connect and power just about everything around you. We help you save energy. We're not trying to save the world, but we are making the most of our energy and resources and making access to energy and digital basic human rights. Life is on.
So hello everyone. I guess that one is in English, and so that should be Brendan somewhere. Is he on video or something?
Yeah, can you see me?
It's in. Okay, wonderful.
Wow.
I can't see you, but if you can see me.
You can't see us. Okay, we promise you we're here.
Okay, I trust you.
So it's great. This is the idea of this discussion is to talk about the client-centric approach, and it's interesting because I just made a keynote which was very much on that, and so the goal would be to try to address this idea on the how is this industry moving from a real estate business to something which is much more serviced, and on which obviously there is a lot of digitalization, and which eventually would make that the business model was radically change. So maybe Brendan, normally I should start with the lady, but given that you were away, and you may have the first say on that one. If you can give us your main ideas on how do you see the things going on.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person. But, I think what we've seen in the real estate industry over the last, I would say really 5 years, but it has absolutely accelerated in the last 6 months, is this increased focus from landlords on being client-centric and customer-centric. There's this natural trend that I feel like happens in any industry where it's almost like what we think of as consumer-facing ultimately becomes the enterprise, right? And we saw this outside of real estate where, companies initially issued BlackBerries to everyone, and then it became bring your own device to work because the consumer innovation was just thrust on companies. And when you look at the real estate industry, I think what the real estate industry has been able to realize in the last few years is with companies like WeWork and the expansion of co-working and all the technology that just makes the experience of interacting with everything from leasing to engaging with as a tenant and an occupier, engaging with real estate more tech-centric. There's been so much innovation around that tenants and their employees are demanding it. And so companies are just reacting to it. The real estate companies are reacting to that. Now, I think what we're seeing with COVID in particular is an acceleration of that, right? Because you have more focus on how is the office fundamentally different than the at-home work environment. And therefore, even more responsibility, right, is put on rendering that space tech-enabled, customer-centric, consumer-centric in a way that I don't think we saw to the same extent that we will going forward. But that would be my take on it, looking at it historically, like over the last 5 years, and how that's accelerated under COVID.
Okay, wonderful. So it's interesting because on one hand we have the startup guy, and thanks for your vision on that one. And on the other, we have someone who's been a leader, as far as I understand, in the real estate business. And how do you think that your business is coping well with the digital revolution, or do you think that in general you're lagging behind? Maybe you're going, I mean, ahead of the competition. I don't know. What do you prospect on that?
Thank you for your question. Good morning, Brendan. I think it's not even 6 in the morning in California. And good morning, good afternoon, everyone here in Paris. By the way, it's a real pleasure to be here in the room with real people and to see people in person. And I think that, but also to have the opportunity to be in touch with somebody at 9,000 kilometers far from here. As far as you are concerned, this is maybe real estate in terms of kind of industry is very, I may say, is very old-fashioned. We used to own assets, and regardless, I mean, real estate, I've learned that for many, many years, is all about location, 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 and the day you have the good location, who cares about the people? Who cares about who is going to sign the lease, especially in the office sector? You have somebody who signed the lease at the beginning, somebody who's complaining with the tenant is in the room, and then somebody who is giving you back the keys, and they are not the same people. So there wasn't really a very good knowledge of who the clients are. And I think that due to the transformation Brendan mentioned, which are both technological and also psychological or sociological in terms of the way people want to live, to work, to have leisure, to shop. The combination of all these things, all by the sudden, put the client in the middle of the room, and all by the sudden, by the way, in our industry, we were like, oh my God, we have a client, and what does that look like? You know, like discovering something new. And the transformation came during the last couple of years, and we observe, and we mentioned that for many years. I don't know if GECINA is ahead of everybody else, but we try to think hard about that. We observe that there are 3 mega trends which have been accelerated by the COVID crisis. Do not create trends, they accelerate them. One is urbanization and mixed-use area around the hubs of public transportation. The second is digitization, which is going to push the industry to more servicing and higher value jobs, and to the detriment of administrative jobs. And the third one is the climate change. And this has completely been accelerated in the last month, during the last month. And today, GECINA has created a brand named You First. We consider that we are putting the client in the center of our occupation and of our thoughts. And we consider that what we are creating is not just putting gadgets in our buildings, but giving them the chance to consider the office as the place to be and the place that they can exchange and have the best possibility to share their thoughts and be creative and move on. You don't go to the office anymore because you have to, or you have the laptop. You go to the office because you have something to share, something to create, something to add on, something to push forward, and to see your colleagues. And I think that this has been transformational and will be absolutely even more transformational in the coming period of time.
And can I just add one thing to what Méka just said? And I actually do think GECINA is well ahead of the curve on this, but even the concept of brand, right, in real estate wasn't really thought of in the way you'd think of a consumer brand. And I think what has happened is that, you know, with seeing how much tenants are demanding of landlords have recognized they need to build brands. There needs to be a certain trust in the same way that you trust consumer brands to deliver a certain expectation of service or product. You can then trust a landlord to deliver that particular branded experience in whatever the asset class. And the other thing I would note is, as Méka said, those 3 mega trends are actually quite profound in how they intersect with real estate, because it kind of puts this responsibility on landlords to almost not just be, you know, the manager of space, but to really be more like a sociologist, right? And think through, like, what is my responsibility as the owner, the manager, the operator, the cultivator of space? And how does technology intersect with that? How does urbanization and these massive sociological and demographic shifts that are afoot and are now accelerated by COVID and all the changes that are happening as a result, but also how does that intersect with climate change? Now, I feel like we could talk about these issues for a long time because they're so big, but it's quite a lot and it's quite profound. I think what landlords are internalizing and accepting responsibility around today. And frankly, it's really exciting because I think the ones that take a forward posture and accept that responsibility are going to be really well positioned heading into the future.
Yeah, I'd like to, to move, to try to address these 3 mega trends, which I believe are quite interesting. Would you mind trying to detail how do you see this? Maybe starting with digitalization, obviously, because to me it's the most, not only the most common, but also I believe it addresses the 2 others very well.
Is that to me or to Méka?
Let's start with Méka, if you don't mind, and obviously have your view as well on this.
Well, Brandon, you're going to support me at some point. Look, I think that these mega trends, which are observed for many, many years, are completely reshaping our way of life. And by the way, all of us are going through that personally, except that now we consider that collectively we have to make it work. So for many years, we went through the car civilization. So for maybe 70 years, we were living in one place, working in another place, and commuting and shopping in a third place or having fun in another place, and moving all around all the time. Now, the fact that we realize that this is not sustainable, even if we would put aside the sustainability side of it, it is not sustainable in terms of quality of life, quality of perception, the way we are raising our kids, the way we are focusing on what is important and not just gadget, not just owning, but being. Well, we are most of the time talking about well-being, but well-being is not just having beautiful areas, common areas, and having fun and a set of gadgets. Is a quality of life, and quality of life together, how we can have this well-being shared together. I think that this consciousness is getting more and more important over time at a point that more and more people, even before COVID, was questioning the fact that we were traveling a lot and having a carbon impact, which is important, but even above the carbon impact, does that make sense to take a plane and have 10 hours of flight just to have 1 or 2 meetings? Does that make sense? Does that make sense in terms of the amount of time, our personal time, our living time we are spending on that, and the efficiency of what we are doing? At the time that we have all the tools, look, we are connected with California, just like if Brandon was here, except that he doesn't see us, which is good. I think that this is one of the part of the things that we are much more thinking about what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And if you think about that, in the real estate industry, especially in the office sector, many years ago, 30 years ago, when I started to work, 40 years ago, headquarters were about the ego of the chairman, the size of the signage, the size of the main lobby, how big the office of the CEO or the CFO was, etc. And people would stand themselves, in terms of benchmark toward that kind of standards, and how at the highest level it was, what was the view over the empire they were running. Today is no more about that. I mean, most of the CEOs don't have a regular office. Most of the executives are living in the middle or in shared and common areas. We do much more need common spaces, meeting rooms, well-equipped, the capacity to be connected, the capacity to work on different stages, sharing, ideas and putting a lot of ideation on the table, etc., rather than owning. This is a quite challenging and transformational world we are going to. And this is because digitization is possible. I don't like AI, no, IA in English, no, AI, artificial intelligence, because for me, intelligence should remain human. But we are talking about capacity to create a new way of working and to go faster compared to what we can do in terms of human beings. So all these things bring us to what really creates value, how smart we can be as human beings, how we can really value what we are doing. And that's why client-centric view becomes much more important, because we consider that what we are doing for our clients, the standards we are putting in place, the way we are treating them, and also the capacity to be a big buyer of services we are developing and standards we are developing, and the way we are taking into account their desire and their end, use demands makes a lot of sense. And this is really transformational. We are observing that for many years. GECINA is putting that forward, I think, for the last 4 years almost, and now we see the acceleration. And on the other side, our apartments, our houses are becoming an office desk, are becoming a teaching school, are becoming a shopping center, are becoming a leisure area. This also is questioning us in what makes sense or not, and how we can preserve our private lives too.
Okay, that's wonderful. I buy this thing. I was wondering, that's the vision, but do you see it concretely in some places? Apartment becoming schools and vice versa?
Well, by definition, it has become during the COVID, right?
Yeah, sure.
By definition, we took care of our elders, we took care of our kids, we took care of our families, and we worked. And we were talking all the day long. We spent our day long talking to a screen. Yeah. So we did it. So now, what seemed to be only a sort of fancy idea coming from GECINA people or an old woman, grandmother like me, becomes true. So now it is time to accelerate and to consider that we are not opposing technology to real assets, but the combination of the two, the integration of the two, not opposing younger to older, not opposing the geeks to the other people, women to men. We are considering that it must be holistic and inclusive. And this is what cities, by the way, should work on very hard.
Yeah. So Brendan, I expect that you mostly share what's been expressed now, but I have another question for you. Who do you see winning, over in the next years? Do you think that the real estate traditional players have an opportunity? And do you think that people like you and startups in general will take over? Do you think that there are some fundamental shifts from one space to another that will occur?
Yeah, so I'd say one thing is just listening to Méka speak, I think you clearly understand what I was saying about that real estate leaders are sociologists, right? Méka is talking like a sociologist, because these collisions of physical place and the changes around physical place and digitization and sustainability require like very macro, almost altruistic, public-minded thought that is kind of my answer to your question, which is I think that the winners in this category, or the future of the built environment, are incumbents, so real estate owners. So if you think about that as owning the hardware, owning the existing physical locations, but those that take a forward stance, those that take a far out view of what it means to be a real estate owner. Meaning, I think the real estate companies that are going to thrive in the future are those that, and I don't know whether I would call it a crisis, but go through the existential, what am I, what is it that I am as a business? They go through that questioning, they go through that internal probing. And the reason I say that is that technology, right, was thought of, even as recently as 10 years ago, as a sector unto itself, right? You had healthcare, and you had transportation, and you had real estate, and you had technology, and it was thought of as a sector. But I think what all industries have grappled with, including real estate, is that technology has been desecularized. It's colliding with all of these industries. And you just look at the transportation industry, right? And Uber versus taxis, and how that has transformed it to get a sense of where that's headed. Real estate is the same. And so the way I guess I would answer your question on the real estate side is that I think it's the real estate owners that embrace that collision, that don't see the distinction between a technology business and a real estate business, but actually see the opportunities and the overlap. And that sounds very high-minded and kind of hand-wavy, but having worked with a lot of real estate owners, we do see that there are very different points of view on that, meaning there are some real estate owners who say and self-identify as, I am in the business of selling space, it is about location, and that is what I do. And I will use technology as it's necessary to help me do what I do today better. I don't think that's the winning point of view. I think it's more those that kind of answer questions around how is tech and real estate converging to create new kinds of businesses. And I actually think those businesses will be created for many of the incumbents in the real estate industry today.
Oh, great. I like what you said. But, you know, when I think about it, I'm trying to find some examples of players that's been thriving in this place. And obviously the one that comes up in mind is WeWork. You know, they are not in great shape, although they've tried really hard to completely change the industry in general. Not necessarily coming with names. Do you have in mind examples of you know, operators that's been able to really scale up things using technologies and do completely new experiences for users?
Absolutely. I can kind of answer that question in two ways. One, I would say, if you look at the largest REITs, for example, the largest real estate investment trust in the United States, and you look at that list 10 years ago, what you would mainly see is office, multifamily, industrial, retail, right, on that list. Today, you see tower companies, right, and you see data center companies. So what I would say is those companies have embraced this collision at an extreme existential level. And if you look at the US list of largest REITs, more than half of them are either data center businesses or they are tower businesses, right, which is fundamentally the collision of real estate and tech. I agree with you that WeWork did kind of lead the way, and they led the way, I think, in the way that Méka was describing around this kind of customer centricity and the development of brand. That is what they absolutely got right, because occupiers identified with what it was like to be in a WeWork. There was an experience to it. That experience was branded. That experience was tech-enabled. And I actually think we've seen it, certainly in the last 3 years, frankly, from large real estate owners like GECINA, like Hines, like British Land, that are actually trying to create fundamentally branded experiences. And where I think that starts to get very interesting is at the point we are right now, where those experiences have been cast in a new light to the consumer. Because what Méka is describing about how we're all grappling with like this new reality, the fact that I'm coming in from California and I'm 9,000 kilometers away is certainly one extreme of this. But this conversation would be different, and I would argue it would be better if I was in person. And so we're kind of now testing the two extremes, and the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And I think that that's true of both physical space, like whether we do this meeting next year remotely or in person. It'll probably be a combination of the two, which is really exciting, but also in how we live our lives, right? As Méka was saying, the home, for example, has become your school, it's become your gym, it's become your movie theater, it's become your office or multiple offices. It's become all these things in one. And we're now realizing that we actually might not want that. That's too much conflation. So it might not be where we started, which is compartmentalizing everything, but there's some blended middle. And I think the real estate owners that do figure out brand are so well positioned because consumer trust is the hardest thing to earn. And it's the most valuable thing in the economy is consumer trust. And so the real estate companies that lean into that build brand, that build consumer trust, are going to have opportunities in that new, in those new sociological trends that I think are profound.
Interesting. It's quite interesting because, you know, from experience when I do this type of conferences, and usually when you have the traditional player versus the new startup guy, it's mostly an opposition. And you seem to both agree on the way things could move forward. So Méka, I'd like to ask you.
Can I add just one other example to what
Sure.
Brandon put forward in terms of examples in North America? In Europe, you have Vonovia. Vonovia is the largest European REIT in terms of size of the portfolio and capitalization, and it's a company dedicated to multi-residential, multifamily. And first time I met a couple of years ago with Rolf Buch, the CEO of the company, he said, look, if you want to talk about real estate and speculation the way real estate is understood most of the time, I don't believe that I will continue this conversation. But if you want to talk about an industry, and what does that mean in terms of transformation, then we can have, here we are, we can have a conversation. And I think it's very important to consider that we are an industry, and as industrial, we have goals, strategy, the way to achieve it, and technology is part of the way to achieve it. It's not, rather than talking about buying and selling and making a lot of money, trading actually all the time. And this is what has been transformed and completely shifted during the last period of time. WeWork actually helped a lot to think about it differently. And I'm not sure that WeWork is dead or all the co-working company. I think that on the opposite, at the time that we are talking about working remotely, we probably need those kind of co-working areas where people can go and work outside and also go back home and have a sort of fence between the private life and the public life.
Great. That comes to my point. It's so what's your next deal? What are you about to, I mean, based on what you've seen during the COVID crisis, what do you want to do? What's your next big investment, or what do you like to do?
Well, we are actually, GECINA is invested, 80% of our portfolio is offices and 20% on the multi-res. We decided this year in the middle of the COVID, we had our AGM and we created a subsidiary on the multi-res sector. And now we are talking, and the reason of that is because we wanted to expand this subsidiary and create more value and more industrial way of doing it. And because we have a brand, you need to have a sizable portfolio, because otherwise it doesn't work. And continue to develop. We continue to digitize the company. Our IT and digital head is in the room. Digitizing, by the way, we have been able to work from home very easily because everybody was well equipped and we had the capacity to do it. We missed not seeing each other, but we didn't have any issue to work from home. And we'll continue on digitization, we'll continue. We are working in order to create through BIM, data proceeding of our building in order to create a sort of avatar of our building and being capable to manage our building or to intervene in our building, putting in place sensors and everything. With a French startup, we are working on different examples now in order to create that and to also give us capabilities to have a better knowledge of our buildings, better capacity, and also climate change and sustainability is something GECINA is quite a champion in that sector, and we need to accelerate the movement. Actually, in all what we have said, centralization, mixed-use areas, digitization, and climate change issues, we are accelerating rather than stopping or reducing the speed.
Oh, wonderful. Brandon, what about environment? How do you see the technology helping the company like the one of Méka to make the shift towards more sustainable building and real estate in general?
That's a great question. And I think what's happened is as technology has collided with real estate, as we were just talking about, sustainability has as well. And real estate is, as an industry, it plays a very important role in climate change because it's concentrated, right? There are a handful of owners that own a significant portion of commercially owned real estate, and it's highly contributive, right, around emissions and embodied carbon. And so it's a space where the real estate owners that do embrace sustainability can have a massive impact. And so what I think that means is that when we empower our buildings to be smarter, to be more contextually aware, they will use less power. So meaning, and they will use less energy, and they will have a lower carbon footprint. And so what that means is a lot of what is already being done today in making buildings more connected and kind of making the hardware of physical buildings more like consumer software, right, where you can engage with it well, that empowers and delivers data to a landlord that lets them strategically reduce energy costs, which is quite important, and that's quite impactful. So meaning that is already afoot. Also, we're seeing incredible advancements around materials tech, right? So in any given, for any given building or for any given real estate company, a huge portion of their carbon footprint is an embodied carbon, the carbon that it took, the emissions that it took to construct the building, the materials that were used. Real estate is 40% of all raw materials consumption globally. So it's a massive footprint. And being conscious of that at the outset, because you're building assets that will probably have very long-term functional lives, especially lives nowadays. So building assets that don't become functionally obsolescent from a carbon footprint standpoint by having just lower energy usage materials in the building is really, really important. And that's true of new construction and retrofitting. And the last thing I would say is like the ways that people are engaging with the spaces around them are changing. They're changing today, as we were just talking about, and everything coming together as a result of isolation during COVID, and also likely things returning to some new normal that looks somewhere in between where we were at the beginning of 2020, where maybe we are right now or were a few months ago. The truth is somewhere in the middle, and that creates new opportunities to build sustainable assets by understanding how people are engaging with the physical spaces around them. And while cities get a bad rap for being highly contributive to climate change, actually cities are the most efficient places on Earth. So in redesigning our cities, we have a huge lever to turn in mitigating the climate crisis. And I think it's, again, incumbent on real estate owners that embrace that responsibility, that say, I own and I manage space, but I also design that space. And I have influence over what people do with that space and how they use that space and how consumptive they are in that space. And so I think that's why it's exciting to see owners, major institutional owners like GECINA, leaning into this and saying, I have influence. How can I not only redesign the hardware, but how can I redesign the space to change consumer behavior in a way that lowers the carbon footprint of assets? That's just really exciting, I think.
Oh, great. Thank you. And Méka, how are you doing this? Are you redesigning the space? Are you trying to use different materials?
Absolutely. We use a lot of, we do a lot of reuse. We do not tear down anymore 100% of a building, but we do circular economy design of our buildings in order to use as much as we can, and also more and more reuse materials, not, go back and build with new materials. By the way, we have a lot of issues with regulations, especially in France. France is one of the best countries in the world in terms of regulations. Just as an example, it's funny when you have some kind of standards which are recognized by the government for different type of materials. So when we were renegotiating our insurance contracts last year, we asked our insurers to respond to our circular economy policy. And they came back and said, I'm sorry, circular economy, the materials do not have the label of the government. And we said, okay, you're not going to get the market. And finally, we obtained the fact that our insurers will include the reuse and the circular economy reuse of materials in our contract. And they decided to do it for everybody else because they couldn't do something for us, not doing for everybody else. So we can also impact our environment, not only for ourselves, but also for everybody else. Again, when we are talking about sustainability, we are not talking just about us. one of the things we did first place 3 years ago, actually, Brandon, as much as you recall, we were starting to think about technology and implementing technology in our building. But, you know, every now and then, a new company or a new startup would come and visit us and say, well, look, I have a very great idea, and I'm gonna sell you this idea. But somebody else would come the next day, and we find out that we had no competency, no capacity to make the right decision. So the reason we took a stake in one of the funds, actually one of the second American funds of Fifth Wall, is because Fifth Wall gave us a chance to have professionals who know about technology. This is their job, and they can also advise us and educate us in the way we need to understand and develop and display technology in our buildings. So this is very important and gave us a chance to accelerate our knowledge. Otherwise, we would continue to, to try this or that and to change and to make up our minds, etc. And I think that at some point where we stand in the industry, we need to scale up. So we need to also to have, not to be shy, to say, I don't know. I have no knowledge on that sector. I will trust good professional and learn beside them. And I think that what Fifth Wall is offering is quite unique. It's not just investing in a discretionary fund. It's also a learning process, an educational program. And this is very important for people who are coming from brick and mortar to understand what technology means and how it can help them on all kinds of sectors, by the way, is including servicing, including not just about, machines or whatever. It's about everything. And I think that this gives us to accelerate our knowledge and our capacity to move on. And it's really transformational, including for the company. The other thing we are doing, we completely retransform our own office building. And we implemented for our own employees what we were always, recommending for our clients. So this becomes a laboratory. We are trying on ourselves what we are recommending to other people.
Well, I need to come and visit you then.
Pleasure, anytime.
Fifth Word. Just right before going to the last question, I have to remind you that we're going to have a Q&A session, and you can bring your question on the app there. I'm reading it so that, it can be safe for everyone. Brendan, I have a last question for you. We have 7 minutes to go. If you were to talk about a big breakthrough that you expect this industry to go through, and if you had to summarize it with one word, what would it be and what would it represent?
Great question. With one word, it's not really a commonly used word, but it will reference something I said earlier, which is like desectorization. Meaning, what I mean by that, since it's not a word that I think is used ever, is that the sector of real estate, if one were to think about it as a sector, is not going to be that different from the technology sector, meaning the collision is going to be very real. And so I believe 5 years out, 10 years out, the line between what is a technology company and what is a real estate company is going to get very blurry. And I think that's a good thing. I actually think that's really exciting. And you asked the question earlier about what are the companies that you think will emerge as the winners in the space? And I gave half the answer, which is I think it's the real estate companies that embrace that desectorization, that embrace that collision. But on the other hand, and Méka was just talking about it, it's also the technology companies that embrace they're not purely technology companies and are in fact real estate companies. And one of the best ways to do that is to engage with the firms like GECINA and frankly engage with the whole consortium that Fifth Wall has put together to say, how can I build something? How can I engineer technology that is actually useful for the real estate industry? Perhaps so much so that it almost starts to become a real estate company, which, like I said, if you look at the US, some of the largest real estate companies would have 10 years ago been thought of as technology companies, tower companies, data companies. That is the future. This line is going to get very blurry. So desectorization would be my word.
That's a good one. I use the one de-siloization. You know, it's very close to that one.
Yeah.
It's, you know, killing the silo. It's a good one. Same question for you, Méka?
By the way, I take your 2 words, and I will tell you 2 words on my side. Game changer. We need to be game changer. We cannot continue just to be followers and complain about what is not suiting us, especially in a very capital-intensive industry. We need to be game changer. We need to dare to create new ideas, to be open-minded, to involve new way and experiment new way of doing the business. And I may say today more than ever.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. There are a few questions coming up. I'm not sure we have the time for going through all. I have one which I like. I'll start with that one. What are the reason why we don't have, you know, like nursery and schools and all these things into the working space so far?
Well, this is about silos and regulations. We have so many rules, and depending on the use of spaces, you do not have the same regulations, and that's why people create offices, then multi-res, then whatever, and you cannot have those kind of mixed-use areas. And again, this is more about the way we consider, actually we should consider urbanization about what is the ultimate goal of what we are building, and then decide how we are going to build it, rather than putting a lot of regulations and putting everybody in silos and deciding that you have nursery in one place, nursery home for all elders in another place, and putting people in silos with very huge walls. We need to destroy and demolish all these walls.
Yeah, great. Wonderful. Brendan, good question for you. How much do you believe that the real estate industry is getting what you said, like in percent? 50%, 30%, 80%?
Can you repeat the question?
How much do you believe that the real estate industry is getting what you said?
Is colliding with technology?
Yeah. How much do you think that they are away from doing it?
In terms of achieving this goal, I think I would say there are some firms that we see that are really embracing it, that are close to 100%, meaning they're not there now, but the momentum is there, the motivation is there, absolutely. And that's what matters over a long time frame. There are some real estate owners that I don't think are there, and I think have conceptualized themselves in a antiquated way, right? And there's a kind of anachronistic approach to managing space, which is you keep the rain and the elements out, you have security in the basement, you keep the lights on, and that's what you do. And technology's there to help you. And I think that mentality is a dying mentality. And so what I think you're seeing in the real estate industry is a bifurcation of the two, which again leads into my point of why I think that the real estate companies that embrace that change 5 years out, 10 years out are going to be the biggest and the most successful. And by the way, I also just have to comment, I thought the last question was incredibly interesting, even in the question itself, by the way, because so many of the questions you hear nowadays are, why do we have schools at all, right? Why do we even have physical places? And the question was about why do we have them just in one place? And I think what Méka said is really appropriate, because there's this concept of omnichannel, right? Which is just like happened in retail. It wasn't that we don't need stores. It was that online could make stores better. And I think kind of what we're seeing is that, like with education, the answer isn't everything is going to move online. That isn't the end state. It's that there's going to be online, right, that will complement what happens offline, just like what we think of as omnichannel. And where it happens offline, to Méka's point, I think it's going to be ubiquitous. So where you have learning, it can happen at an office. And if regulations do change, it can happen at home. It can happen in a school. It can happen in a park. It can happen anywhere. And that's what's so exciting. So I really like that question because it's actually, I think, squarely where we are headed and the right kind of question to be asking.
Thank you. I think, yeah, if I rephrase you, it has to be a new experience. You know, it could be online or offline, whatever, but it's a new experience, and by this as well. I guess we are like 30 seconds from the end of this panel, so I'd like to thank you, Brendan, Méka, for this wonderful contribution. In this New World Conference with someone from California. I hope that you're gonna cope with the fire, by the way. You know, good luck with it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be zooming in from this far away, and I hope to get back to Paris soon. I miss seeing the beautiful city. So thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure to talk to Méka about these mega trends, so I'm really delighted to be here.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Thanks, Brendan. Have a good day.
Want to know who we are? Let's start here. We do this, that, and we make all of these. We're here to connect and power just about everything around you. We help you save energy. We're not trying to save the world, but we are making the most of our energy and resources and making access to energy and digital basic human rights. Life is on.
Is that working? Yeah, it does. Good afternoon. We're pleased to be there this afternoon after a certain number of sessions. Those were extremely interesting for a panel titled Cities of Tomorrow, New Approaches to Urban Design. I insist on the fact that it is urban design and not urban planning. You will see with Boris why. It's a very ambitious topic. And I must say, facing such a title, we have to be very humble. Humble because the time of the city is quite long, even so some countries are doing that quite quickly. And technologies emerge on that and sometimes really disturb the programs of those cities, such as cars, electricity, IT. Humble also because some outside elements, such as natural elements, interfere into those urban development. We're talking about the COVID, for instance, but also natural climate changes, earthquakes, crises of all kinds. Humble also because very frequently in the past there have been some doctrine or lobbies around urban planning, and we need to be quite careful with renewing methods and models according to the changes of every day. And finally, I was very pleased today to start with the first panel from OME with Samir Bantal, who specified and underlined the fact that countryside might be the future. So urban planning or urban design will certainly be today more global in consideration and balance with the countryside and rural development. Very interesting program were developed on that. For instance, in Berlin with the Galerie Aides, presenting Chinese studies and experiments in the countryside with more than 20 architects working on those and developers and business development put around this topic. So with all those questions, those were very clearly approached this morning. Two major revolutions have been underlined. The first one is the digital revolution with lots of tools, artificial intelligence, 5G, and so. And the second major evolution is the climate change and the consideration of the exhausting natural resources. Maybe those two revolutions need to be really carefully studied to match each other. And we have today, Gilles Babinet was underlying that just before, to, I would say, consider those new technologies very, with lots of care. So as for today, what will be the shape and the formats of our cities? Will there be high-rises, dense? Will there be la ville du quart d'heure, like Carlos Moreno titled that? Will there be mixed with the countryside? Will there be smart grids? We need to be extremely agile to work on that, the same way as this big amphitheater has been positioned into a morgue and today is dedicated to events. The same way as we have one seat on two occupied and we're connected with Hamburg, with IT. We need to have different skills to work on that, and the word agility might be maybe one to use. To discuss this point, we have, in fact, approached that with 3 scales. The first scale will be the region scale with Lionel Grotto. Lionel is, has a very brilliant CV. He is graduated from Polytechnique and Les Mines. He has a very dense parcours with lots of connection with IT, working on fiber optics network, IT for BNP. He has been also involved into the international affairs with Central America and Mexico. And today he's CEO of Choose Paris region. The second speaker will be Juergen Bruns-Berentelg. Juergen Bruns-Berentelg is a Swift from, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Swift from biology and geography to economics, and economics to real estate, from private to public. He's the CEO from HafenCity Hamburg, and he said, well, just compare that to Euro-Méditerranée and Marseille. Hamburg and Marseille, not exactly the same climate, but huge development. And to conclude the presentation, Boris Gentine from Saguez and Partners is creative director from Saguez and Partners, will approach, as you said, the city design, and that might be very interesting. It will be very interesting to approach from the user's experience how cities can be impacted by design, and has been part of the pioneer who went outside the, I would say, the belt of Paris with the manufactured design. Olivier Saguez and his partners are really push the thoughts on urban planning from, the design from Nespresso, for instance, going to urban planning like airports or HafenCity or major urban development where they are involved. Okay, let's start now. To get onto the larger scale, we're on the region, and with 12 million inhabitants, 12,000 square kilometers in charge, what, Lionel, do you use for tools that are helping you to approach this new vision of the city?
Well, thank you, Ariane. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, Paris region is a very large region, and quite hard to have a global view of anything happening. I think there are so many initiatives happening on each territory, and Paris is sometimes seen as the inner territory of Paris, and one of our objectives is to have this richness of what's happening be seen. It's the most densely populated area in France, and very different challenges in terms of urban design and having the city be livable, be it infrastructure, be it the right balance between the center and its peripheries, and so that's all things that we are dealing with in the region.
Could you hold on a second, please?
Sure.
There should be slides in the back, and I'm not sure we can have a remove controller to show those, and we're supposed to have something to... No, I've just pressed on one of the buttons, and that was not exactly the right result.
Okay.
Would one of the technicians help us for that? No one around?
Wish me to go on anyway?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead without the slides. We're going to see if we can have
they're
someone.
starting.
That's starting? Super, thank you very much for that.
So maybe next slide, please. We can control that here?
Would that work? We're going to try it? Well, I'm going to try. Take it. Super. Thank you.
That works. Okay, thank you. One major challenge is housing. To have livable cities, we need to have housing close to the district where we work and have everything near. So housing is a major policy for the state and the regional political people. One other main point which is not always seen and which is something to be thought when we think of urban design is nature. 3/4 of the region is forest and agricultural lands. And we want to build the right balance between these areas and the more urban developments. The objective of all this is to build attractive territories. We need to have living environments and a diversity of places to live. At times we still have a kind of perpetuating the same places where to live and not always easy to change the habits. We deal with international investors but also international talents or that might be interested in the region. Not always easy to have them see that some districts are changing even if there is a strong energy on the ground. And so that's important. We need to have a greening of the neighborhoods, and already today there are, I mean, in the region, lots of tens of thousands of 15 minutes down, which still need to be reinforced in this function because the metropolis acts as a very strong attractor. And so we need to stabilize also some certain activities in those cities. But we already have today attractive territories around Paris with green environments well connected to Paris, high-value jobs, and a lot of new housing programs. And I'm sure that many of you in the rooms are coming today to this conference, coming from places such as Marne-la-Vallée, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Cergy-Pontoise, Maison-Lafitte, Chatou, Versailles, le Plateau de Saclay, and others. And we need to have this live in the mind of the people who think of Paris. So having said that, one of the main, one of the important measures we need to have in place so that the territories are attractive and remain attractive, even in COVID period, is infrastructure. And infrastructure is two things. It's digital, it's physical first, and digital infrastructure. And we need to have both, and I think that COVID is showing that. It's not showing that we need only one or the other. We really need to have those strong infrastructures in place. So one is the fiber optics that are being spread out all over the region and that allow for these towns to exist. And second is the network of transport, in particular the Grand Paris Express, which has had some delays with the period we've seen, but not too much. And all the lines are currently under construction. And so by 2025, there will be 35 stations created on the 68 of the total 68 of the project. So it's the equivalent in development. It's also an urban planning project. A lot of places that are going to be developed, and we want it to be like 68 new 15 minutes town in Grand Paris. And we are working as an agency that promotes investment to settle in these areas like schools, activities, places to like hospitals or places where people can go get cured. All these side functions of the city that need to be there. So in some things are well on the way already, but in others we're working on that to make it happen. So I will now look to where, how we can have these these attractive territories being put in place, and what is being done, what has been done in Paris region for that. So there are a number of initiatives that have been taken. One is the International Course for Innovative Urban Projects. What is clear is that we need to have new ways of having the city being transformed and made. We need the city to be reinvented over itself, obviously, and some calls have been launched, and the particularity of it is where there was like public land available or quasi-public available, then these plots have been put to the public with bids, and we have had tenders with the most competitive projects that have won. And the particularity of the bids was we've seen in the answers like companies putting themselves together. There were obviously the classic big real estate companies, but also designers, people who are experts in having those places be animated, how to have those places live. And it was interesting to see the dialogue between those people, which in maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago were less talking together. But today we really see this need to have this conversation going, which is not easy. I think that COVID is going to accelerate that. And we've taken some advance in it because the discussions are already underway in some important areas of development. Apart from it, and I won't go through everything because if not, Ariane is going to cut my mic. So a number of other initiatives are underway. What's important is that, as I was saying, not everything is being planned from the top. There are a lot of initiatives going from the territories. The last one is an example in Plaine Commune, where 80 actors from various typologies gather together in an urban innovation partnership platform and suggest things. And so with the residents, with the companies, with the land planners, land developers, they all take the ideas that come from it and then apply what's the best ideas. And maybe the last thing I will add before finishing is around the digital transformation that's needed. Two things. The Building for the Future, Living in the Future is a national call for project in which 120 actors at the regional level have won a bid for tender from the state and will suggest solutions to transform all the chain of the construction. So this is also important that we accompany all those companies in the process of more digitalization and more customer-centric approaches. So that's one approach. And the second one is a 3D platform that's being built at the regional level also to be able to share data and have this co-construction. So I won't be longer, but the idea is really to try to build from the territories and allowing with public tools to do it, public platforms, to have this vibrant, innovative and sustainable territory in time.
Thank you, Lionel. So you have this very dynamic activity on the region, Paris region, with the large scale. If we want to go back to Hamburg, for Professor Bruns-Berentelg, you are teaching at the University of Hamburg on interactive urban development, but you are also in charge of several districts in Hamburg, on the city of Hamburg, existing city with 4 typology of programs, and you need to fix 4 different approaches. Would you please maybe detail on one, like HafenCity, how you proceed to start on this historical place, in fact?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I apologize not being able to be present in Paris but it would be difficult to come back. So I would love to come, but I hope I can convey a little bit of what we are doing. And some of you will have the possibility to have a display table, at least to see at our stand. When we are talking about the cities of tomorrow, naturally we are talking about the cities we can build today for tomorrow. And actually, I want to show you a little bit. I do not want to show you too much of the future thinking in terms of projects. But I don't know whether you can see anything of the slides we have prepared, because I cannot see anything, but maybe you could comment on what, is there something to see, or do I need to describe it?
No, should be, this should be showed on the screen because they are controlling from here.
Okay.
Well, so, not yet, but well, maybe that will come in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
If someone can launch the presentation of Professor Bruns-Berentelg, please. That will come. On va passer sur la présentation d'après. Oh, well, I can't see anything coming on the screen. Yeah, that's coming, I believe. It's going to come. Well, this morning we had Omar talking and presenting his project on countryside during 15 minutes without the slides. But I think it should be, well, super. Excellent. Thank you. It's getting on, Professor. Yeah, we can see that. That's perfect. You can move ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Starting with a very short overview, Hamburg is a lot smaller than Paris, 5 million in the metropolitan area. The city of Hamburg has about 1.8 million inhabitants in order for everyone to put that into the appropriate framework. And my company is responsible, and you might see this on the second slide, for 4 major projects which are basically at the core of the city: an expansion of waterfront and harbor-related projects, and a new project called Science City. And the basically bottom-up strategy is to expand the core of the city by 40%, to increase and to incorporate production into the city core. So it's high value production, to generate it more in vertical terms, and to create also new developments of residential areas, but also of other commercial areas, who increase, including also harbor-related uses. And another area is called Science City development. It's 190 hectares with basic science, university research, and applied research from companies and so on. And these are different approaches through urban development, which my company is coordinating and pursuing for the city-state of Hamburg. And what is done in most of these areas is basically a more or less radical transformation of spaces. They are, historically, they have been almost all inner-city brownfields, or leftover spaces within the urban framework. And I want to comment on how we approach the development of HafenCity in the 4th slide, showing starting conditions, instruments, and output. And what is important is, for future development, is that there is an appropriate governance model, basically to bring power to the ground, to put it very simple, and to create the strategic opportunities. Many countries, from my observation, or cities, do not have this institutional background, this institutional capacity. And it is of fundamental importance to generate that over a period of 10, 15, 20 years, in order to have the capacity to coordinate and develop integrated urban development strategies over a long period of time. And the core instruments are those which are related to urban design and planning. They are those related to property development, and there are basically actor-based processes which with a lot of actors involved, and they generate output at levels of social sustainability, economic and ecological sustainability, and basically lead to innovation paths, for example, as you have discussed with regard to design, because it's not, the digital sphere, and that is not something one can probably put in easily in the first phase. Last comment on the question of what needs to be done on the governance level is that a company of HafenCity Hamburg GmbH basically considers itself as a Schumpeterian public goods producing entrepreneur. We are not arguing that the entrepreneurial side of urban development is only or should only be on the private side, but it is very much, as you said, agile in terms of agility, in terms of the urban progress. And we act as the landowner, as a master developer, but also as builder of infrastructure and so on. And that basically creates also different conditions for the private sector. We are not forcing, like in major American projects, for example, private developers to build infrastructure, but we basically provide the infrastructure and have a far broader range of developers and possibilities to react to market conditions via this broad approach to the market, to smaller size of developers, bigger size of developers, creating the opportunity to be creative in smaller or larger projects. And that has been a major opportunity for us to integrate different elements in the urban development strategy. When we are looking now on page 7, then what is the core of the design strategy of HafenCity, that we basically started out with a master plan. And this master plan was a more open master plan. It was a more general approach to the HafenCity development. And it was more or less a first stepping stone on a broad corridor. And this idea of a master plan was basically one of the fundamental ideas of success, because it left the opportunity to be adaptive in the approach of the development of HafenCity, which started basically with a master plan in the year 2000. It has been now ongoing for 20 years, and HafenCity is about 60 to 65% finished. But what is important is that the master plan was not deterministic, and this allowed us to create an interaction process in the urban design sphere to integrate the different types of topics I have been mentioning, the social sustainability issues, the economic ones, and specifically also climate change aspects very much, which were not incorporated in the way they could have been, maybe with the knowledge from the hindsight. But the important point is to create a co-evolution between adjusting the knowledge which becomes available and the urban design process. It is not the question of changing the brick or the color of the design of the cityscape, but it is, so to say, the adjustment and adaptation process with new ideas. And we have been doing this with different Scala levels, creating intermediate levels of planning, and having micro level site-based planning, for example, for infrastructure, for individual buildings. And basically what you can see in the following page, number 8, is that we have a continuous interaction between the master plan and the level of the different city quarters and the site level, and generating knowledge, market-based knowledge, theoretical knowledge, changing, so to say, elements of the master plan, but formally after 10 years also reworking the master plan and coming with a far higher density than we started out with, and thus changing the preconditions for the development of inner city areas. For example, integrating a subway line and a line with a traffic-based node where also railroad and subway interact. And it is important from our point of view that this design approach is really kept. While often design aspects are defined at the micro level as elements of site-based planning, we consider the adaptive approach between master plan, the quarter level, and the site level, the important differences of interaction in order to organize progress in due course over the whole development. And for example, on page 9, you can see the differences in the qualification and the qualities of master plan revision, and the updated urban design. And you can see a little bit in the same core area how it basically has changed and shifted, and that allows for integrating far more future-related aspects as would have been done at the beginning. An important element is what we show in page number 10, is how this is basically fed by a process of real estate-based knowledge, process of market mobilization, tendering, where we use only 30% price criteria and 70% concept criteria for selecting developers, then not selling the land, but basically offering it as an option for 18 or 24 months in order to produce the design. And then after the building permit is generated, then at the end of the day to have a situation where with the quality of the urban design development is ensured. And let's jump to page 12. You can see a little bit of the diversity of the uses which is underlying the different types of buildings. So the fine-grained structure of uses, social mix, institutional diversity, the network structure then is in detail reflected in the buildings, but they are basically also socially neutral. So is there a social housing? It is tenant-blind design concepts which are underlying. And if you look at page number 14, you can see one block where you have social housing elements, you have owner-occupied apartments, you have apartments for rent and commercial spaces, kindergarten integrated. So the red brick is part of the DNA of Hamburg in this location, but everything else is very unique in terms of organizing the design. And the following pages show a little bit of this integrated approach. On the right-hand side, for example, a primary school with a playground. The next door, you see an office building, and on the left side, you see residential buildings, and this small tower you see on the complete left side is again commercial buildings. And but you see in the following pages, number 16, for example, that there is also a very strong attempt to create the green spaces, as has been mentioned, as part of the climate change strategy, in order to create climate resilient living spaces within a densely built city. Two of these other photos, page 17, shows us also the varying density and the relationship to the water as part of this adaptive strategy, how to use the local conditions in order to build elements of a future city. I could comment on a lot of other questions, but I leave it with that as part of a starting point for future vision for new projects, and that's the way we have been, so to say, generating an outcome which has been highly accepted by the population and by the companies in Hamburg and all over Germany, but also international ones.
Professor Boris Berentelg, thank you very much for your talk and mention the fact that there is a stand with on board that you can visit, and you will have details on the 4 projects. Time to Boris now. At another scale, the one of the design, and I repeat, it is city design or urban design we're talking about. How do you impact large-scale projects like this project in HafenCity, on the one you are committed, but also airports like Sao Paulo or Paris CDG? Could you explain us your approach on that, please?
Yes. Thank you, Ariane. Hello, everybody. So first, a little bit of context and what is design. You may not, you may all know where design is coming from. You can go to the next slide. It's maybe I can have the yes. It would be more easy.
We haven't cleaned
fantastic.
those.
So yes, what is design? What is design? As the birth of design is the end of 19th century. It was to answer a growing industry and to align function and beauty together to answer to the new usages of this growing industry. And so this is, for example, a good example of the tonneau chair. Imagine it has been designed in 1855, and this was a new technology in heated wood, and it was a beautiful chair also, and very light, very easy to stack and to transport. So a good example of what was designed. And then through the 20th century, designers has designed trains, banks, planes, objects, a lot of objects and furniture that you, most of them, you may know them. I think the best to sum up what is design and what's a designer, it's to read the Dieter Ham's 10 principles he presented in 1976 during a meeting. So what is a good design? A good design is innovative. It makes a product useful, is aesthetic. It makes a product understandable, is unobtrusive, is honest. This is important. Is long-lasting. Is thorough down to the last detail. Devil is in the detail, as said another architect. Is environmentally friendly, and is as little design as possible. So, what if a good design was also a good city? I think this definition could apply today to what should be a good city. And for this, what should we do? We should work together, architects and designers, not architects or urban planners at the beginning and designers at the very end. We very often come at the very end to add some color and materials, but design is not this. Design is to understand the needs and the usage of people and understand how we will design a place and live in that place or object or trains. And this is important. And this is what, for example, Le Corbusier has understood very early because it was a new world that we were designing at the time. And finally, he understood that he had to work on the big scale. So think about the big box, I would say, the volumes of the architecture, and think about how the life will live inside, with the sun, with the furniture. And he worked a lot with Charlotte Perriand, Pierre Jeanneret, and others. And this is very important. And this was a very good idea. So one of the important things, it's really a common goal that the architects and designers should work together to rethink the city on a different scale. So the architects will take lead of the volumes, I would say, at the city scale, and the designer build the uses and the experiences through a journey at a human scale. This is the important thing. So for you, it's sit all around a table with the architects and designer and think about how the assets will live before it will be built. This is very important. And I can really honestly tell you that today it's not happening like this. So from urban design versus urban design. So instead of thinking about urban design, we definitely think that we should think to these new cities and new districts through the eyes of the humans, the people that will live in those places. And the idea here is, it's very simple. It's to reconnect, it's to make living cities and to reconnect with the living world. Observe, think about simple ideas and create the life that will happen there in human scale. So make their life easier, offering them simple services, has places to breathe, bringing them green, even more in a post-COVID world. We need green, a lot of green, and not try to control it too much. Places to meet, places to share, places to admire, places to play for your kids. And I could tell so much other values and ideas we should bring there. And using the maximum of tools we have. Of course, the architecture first, it's important, but also the landscape design, urban furniture, graphism, digital, signage, lighting also is very important. All those tools are important to create new cities, not just architecture, not creating a block that will be an office, a block that will be a school, a block that will be, and mix it in a shaker and say that it's mixed use. No, it's not true. It's more complicated than that, and this we have to work on very, very early in the process. And the good example is, it's like Méka said in the previous presentation, we did it for ourselves. 7 years ago, we had the idea to move because we are a design global company and we wanted to gather all the talents working in the offices. So we decided to move in Saint-Ouen, which is in the Grand Paris, and in a growing district that is 25% of the city. So it's a huge urban project, and we decided to create La Manufacture Design, a place for architect designers, graphic designers, digital UX designers, all these people working together in the same place. But not only this, and it's a fantastic. We designed our own building, the architecture and the interior, of course, and all the furniture. It's a very sustainable building, as it is a very sustainable district too. So the Eco-Quartier des Docks. As you can see, it was the image when we arrived. So it was really visionary to come here and to take the risk to be part of this rising district. And we wanted to be in a kind of observatory and laboratory place to think first, of course, on our design, different ways to work, and show our clients that we can work differently. So we have a very nice office, of course, with a lot of green. We have a green place, a garden inside that is 500 square meters. It's total 5,000 square meters. And as you can see, we do exhibitions. We try to always think things happening, working with our neighbors and the city. For example, it was an exhibition, this one with the flea market, Les Puces de Saint-Ouen. So this is a way to interact with your neighbors and your city. And we worked also with GECINA and the mayor to think about this new office, this new agency that is not an agency, it's more a design place, by integrating a design school that is Design Act, and it's a master of design, and they do for 6 months, they rethink about the city. So what's the best to have young talents inside your own company? So we are helping the school that is that is operating this little school to animate those talents and to think about new ways to reinvent the city. But it's, yes, so observe, imagine, humanize, and share. But it's not only a design also company, as I was saying, it's also open to public. We created a restaurant that is open to public, so we gave a part of our space for for restaurant. It's also a street. We let a street cross our landlord. We created also some posters for the city, Inspire ta ville, #Inspire your city. So Saint-Ouen-sur-Seine, we added sur Seine because Saint-Ouen is really a great city with a great potential, but people are ashamed of it because they are listening to the radio every day and they have this information about drugs, you know, the violence in Saint-Ouen. And it's not like this really. And the mixity of people living there is fantastic. So we did these 11 posters that we applied all over the city, in the bus stations with JC Deco and the mayor too, the city, but also gave to all the retailers of the city, the schools, and now you have a lot of people asking us these posters. But I will stop talking about La Manufacture Design. I could talk for hours. We wrote a book at Édition Gallimard. You have it on Amazon and Fnac. A little bit of advertising. And yes, and then I will go very quick. Yeah, it's not working. Show you some example of projects. This one is interesting. It's ICAD Park. It was a wasteland in the middle of a business park in Rungis. And you can see with not so much, bringing all those values in a space with not so much money is not so difficult to do. So we created this space with retail, restaurants, sport places, to make the people in this district, boring district, becoming a kind of place de village. So people can meet and can share time in this place. Another interesting but very different project is also an architecture and design project. We did both. So it was a square in Shenzhen. Shenzhen is a city from Huawei. And Huawei, they like very much Apple, and it looks like an Apple store, but clearly they wanted to have their Apple store in a way. But here, the idea was very different. We wanted to make this building part of the district. So we opened it totally, so it's totally transparent. And you have this blurry frontier between city and the retail. So public and private. It's important that their store is giving back a part of their landlord also to the square. So creating the stairs where you can have a bite, have a lesson, and then you have the Parc des Expositions de la Porte de Versailles. You know that project. It's a huge project, so fantastic architect that worked on that project, and we thought about bringing some, of course, first green. So it's a park. It's 70,000 square meters of green. It's the biggest urban farming on the roof. We have suggested also to add coffee shops, cafe, a lot of furniture, engaging furniture to make people meet each other, and a fountain, a central fountain, a fantastic signage, very efficient signage, a diversity of furniture to meet, to connect. And yes, these are the restaurants on the roofs with the urban farm just recently opened. So merci, thank you very much. I had a few words to as a conclusion.
I'm supposed to be the timekeeper, but I'm not keeping anything.
It's just
so if
just a word that I've learned yesterday. I wanted to say it.
Sure. We were supposed to have question and answer, but there was no questions over there. So keep on going.
So serendipity. Do you know that word?
Sure.
So it's a little bit the Colombo moment. My wife learned me about that word. She's a psychologist, so she knows words that are sometimes strange. But it's not a strange word. For the ones who know, it's the conjunction of lucky hazard, which let a searcher discover something even bigger than he was searching for. This is very interesting. To conclude, and it's linked to the previous meeting, we really need to let the life and the organic life rise in this new district and cities, and de-standardize, de-clusterize, de-sectorize, bring sensitivity, bring sensibility also, push boundaries, be audacious, surprising, and most of all, sustainable and local inspired. This is very important for the future. We have to take some risk to create together those new cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris. Okay, I don't know if there are any questions coming up from the floor or coming up on the tabs. There is nothing. Maybe a word of conclusion, or maybe we don't have time. Can I ask one question? Maybe, yeah, just for one. We are all talking about users and building cities around people, but how do we collect? We have in France the concertation publique at the stage of the making the city and the way of associating the people on the projects. How, in Germany, for instance, do they work on that? How do you, Boris, work on that? How do you receive the returns from the population living in the places? And you, Lionel, do you get a year to what is coming from the people for the one you are designing the city? Who starts?
I can start. I think first, digitalization is a wonderful tool. You can gather so many informations, and it's, for us, it's the most obvious way to collect informations, to think about these new projects you are working on. And then it's like, it's being on the field. You meet people, you spend some time, you share things with us. The more you spend with the people living around, the more you will understand them. That's the most important, I would say.
One of the objectives of the platform, the 3D platform I talked before, was to be able to have discussions before the projects could happen, and when they were happening. And I think that Juergen was carrying through a bit the same idea, with the idea of the master plan that could be changed in time. And so the platform can also be used in this way to show the people at which stage the project is, and maybe have smoother discussions, because it's true that not everything is happening the way you're saying all the time on all the projects. And so it's important that the public gets the confidence also in the project making, and in the way it's associated, not in a distant way in which it's like just criticizing it, but also that it's taking part of it and bringing up positive ideas and changing it. And I think these kind of digital tools, I agree, can bring a lot for it to be smoother and quicker, and to build the city of the future, like in the nearer term.
Okay, with reactivity. And Professor Bruns Berentelg, how do you collect the return from, or the upfront ideas of the population for the one you are designing?
Yeah. Well, there are different number of processes we are using. We have monitoring-based research, for example, in the housing sector, which we are publicizing also and making that available. That is basically quantitative and qualitative sociological research. Secondly, we have a lot of semi-institutional activities, and I have people who are working basically as social encounter specialists. So they can be reached, they can be talking. Thirdly, we have a formal process of information gathering and also of describing new projects, and there is a constant interaction, a regular one, between the existing population and those new ideas which are at the end of the day developed. And we publicize that, we document that, we make it available basically on the internet, and we are starting also with the far deeper use of social media at the present moment, which is not really far developed yet, but there is a constant learning process and interaction process with different types of users, organizations, and also output from research. And I think we understand very well where concerns are, where we need to make adjustments in future or make ex post adjustments on the existing city structures as far as possible.
Okay, thank you very much for this. I'm sorry, we're running out of time for Q&A, and that was maybe the users one of the most important one. Thank you everyone for in the audience and the attendees, and thank you for the three of you for being there.
Thank you.
Take care, bye.
Want to know who we are? Let's start here. We do this, that, and we make all of these. We're here to connect and power just about everything around you. We help you save energy. We're not trying to save the world, but we are making the most of our energy and resources and making access to energy and digital basic human rights. Life is on.
Good evening. We're going to start this session. You have the heading of the session just behind me. We're going to listen to or watch a film by Christian de Potzenbach, and we're going to watch a video about Tower 157. It's in New York. I thought it would be a good idea to watch this video to talk about skyracing.
Le premier, c'était, ça est en train de se finir seulement avec la crise, ça a été très long. Je l'ai conçu en 2002, c'est le bâtiment Prism sur Park Avenue South. Et en 2005, Gary Barnett, la société externe, me demande une tour sur la 57e rue, où déjà nous avions fait la petite tour LVMH. Et donc c'est un terrain où on peut monter aussi haut qu'on veut, les règlements le permettent. Le terrain est en angle et on a fait beaucoup de projets successifs parce qu'ils cherchaient à acquérir d'autres parcelles. Finalement, il y a eu la crise et puis en 2009, on repart sur un projet final avec un espèce de programme d'économie en fait de coûts. Et je propose la formule qui était depuis le début une tour qui se tourne vers Central Park, qui est orientée, qui rend hommage en quelque sorte au parc, sachant qu'il y a un hôtel dans la base et il y a des appartements dans les parties supérieures. Le fait est que par économie, il faut profiter de chaque mètre cube possible et constructible selon les règles sont complexes et ça me conduit peu à peu à unifier une seule forme dans une série d'éléments qui s'enchaînent par une sorte de cascade de verre et de beaux windows. Sur la façade, il y a un travail sur les colorations du verre assez particulier qui raconte que ce n'est pas simplement une tour abstraite, mais que c'est une relation. À partir de la définition de ces volumes, un projet comme ça, c'est beaucoup de travail technique avec ingénieurs, consultants, entreprises, ce travail sur les façades, bien sûr, mais en amont, un travail sur le noyau, très long. Dans ces cas-là, on fait 25 noyaux pendant quelques mois, et puis un travail sur la structure, des effets positifs des formes incurvées avec le vent. Ces formes incurvées, souvent sur les bords, ont permis de faire des sortes de jardins d'hiver, ou en tout cas des volumes protégés du vent, habitables. Au total, le bâtiment, évidemment, est une espèce de repère dans Manhattan, tourné vers le parc, donc pas une tour qui a la même aspect de toutes les faces, et oriente, donc. Et à la suite, on montre un petit bout d'un petit film dont le but était d'expliquer à un public large. Expliquer à un public large le sens de ce bâtiment, c'est ce que voulait le promoteur.
Was going to be what it was and what it was going to be for, and this is what the promoter of the building wanted to show.
With the way, the verticality, the very tall building could be so integrated with pleasure because you have the streets, and at the end of the street you always have the light of the sky, and this light coming horizontally permits this tall, thin, vertical building. And the presence of the park was fascinating because the project is in fact going to the sky and seeing more and more the park. And I like very much a project when you have like that different perception. It's not only one object the same from everywhere. You have the progression from the west, and you have a simple sign from the east, from Columbus Circle. And from the street you perceive this facade of waterfall of cascade. This is not an abstract thing like an office tower, but this is dwellings. Every window has its own glass, its own color, and this creates a Klimt effect, which indicates that you have different glasses for the window reflecting differently the sky. This is changing the skyline of Manhattan, connecting to the landscape. And this contribution here is one gesture which will be important.
That's the
project that Christian de Bourg-Saint-Barc had presented to the AFEX Grand Prix in 2016. It's an old project now, but I thought I would show you because it's a good illustration of what we're talking about. And I've asked these three guests here to come and talk about their views, how they feel about this question of very high buildings. Now we're talking in French because we only have French speakers, so we chose to speak in French this time because it's much simpler. But if you have any questions in English, they will be able to answer in English, and in fact they could have spoken English, but I'm sure it'll be more interesting this way. Anyway, their names are up on the board here, and they'll tell you what they do and who they are, and then they'll talk about their views on this subject. Roueïda Ayache from Architecte-Studio. I'm an architect and urban planner. I'm one of the associates of Architecte-Studio. It's a consulting firm based in Paris. We're very lucky to have been able to work on several projects in France. A neighborhood in Issy-les-Moulineaux, Le Fort d'Issy. We built it fully as an architect's area, and also projects in Montpellier and Paris, and also all over the world. And we had to deal with this question of the height of buildings in different situations and in different towns and cities. Please introduce yourself, and then we'll move on to your presentations. Pablo Nakhlé Cerruti, I'm in charge of Viparis, I'm the Director General. We manage most, apart from the 104, which is a shame, we manage events places, and so Porte de Versailles, all sorts of other different event places and exhibition halls, and we'll be delighted to welcome you in these places next year. Rivaton, I'm in charge of an investment fund. We specialize in smart cities, and I also have written about the tensions in the property market, and especially in the major city, and in our city, Paris. Okay, so we're going to can you develop your opinion or tell us about your view on the question we've just mentioned, Roueïda Ayache. Now, a few slides just to show you. As I said in the introduction, we had this question of the height of buildings in different situations I talked about, and I wanted to talk about densify and intensify in my presentation. You can ask the question of height, thinking about it from a density point of view, but in several situations that we had to deal with, it's also something to do with intensity, so bringing quality. That's slightly questioned because of the COVID epidemic, but it's a question that will always be come to the fore, but differently. So we had to think about the intensity we create in the city and how we did this. And do it. We often talk about horizontal versus vertical buildings, but actually we realize that the urban meshing means that you have to work both horizontally and vertically. And here, this picture up here is in Buenos Aires in Argentina. It's an office building that we were able and happy to be awarded the AFEX award in 2020. It's an office building, 4,000 square meters approximately, and as you can see on this picture, it's in a neighborhood that's quite varied, and the role of this building is that it links to buildings of different height. It sort of meshes the city, and it gives this volume, and it also rebuilds floors on different heights, which means that a tower block or a high building is no longer felt to be a repeating of the same floors, which has been the case on 20th century buildings, but quite the opposite. It's now something that is different in terms of the volumes. You can see this here on this building, and it's like a thread, really. It draws together the street horizontally, or it also links things vertically with heights. These offices are quite unusual. Actually, we often think that balconies are useless in offices, but no, that's not the case here. Creating a space that is a buffer space with shadows, with these serigraphed glass, allows each office to have this expansion area that can remain open with and be connected to a traditional space, or it means that people can go and work outside. And so we're thinking about lockdown that we had to deal with, all of us, but with a building where there are different types of usages, that is a great deal. It gives more room for space. And so I'm talking about the floors that have been used on the heights, and this is a way of living, and they're places that provide a nice environment to work office and office space. Now, building vertically in some cities, it means creating landmarks. Some cities were created in the 20th century, for example, Amman in Jordan. It has this historic neighborhood, but it's a 20th century city that was built around roundabouts and highways with no center. So we worked on Amman and started with this landmark building. It's a 5-star hotel. It's Amman Rotana Hotel, and the specificity is that it magnets the space. It's an anthropomorphous shape with different profiles, and it looks different depending on where you stand. So it changes the space in this new neighborhood. And what they looked for was to create town center, city center space, and also it reconquers quality public space. I was talking about horizontal and vertical, and you can see here that this tower prolongs with its terrace on the 6th floor the whole street and offers on its sort of platform a whole series of activities. We worked also in the new context, urban context in this center of town, which is looking for landmarks. We have these dual towers, delegate towers. One is already built, and the other one is being finished. It's a mixed use. These are mixed use buildings, offices, flats or housing, a hotel. And what we tried to have was a landmark similar to this one. This is much lower, 500 square meters. Jinan in China. We built a mixed use building which is wider. It's a cultural center, hotel, resort, and offices. And so we tried to create space on the floor for high-quality public spaces, with the hotel and the offices are high up, and this provides more quality. Now, I'm talking about this piling up of activities and the variation that we have high up today in a building. And so what we're doing is creating what we call this vertical hub. It's a vertical city. And in this vertical city, I'm giving examples of this tower in Amman that I was showing you earlier on. We've piled up things, and the usage changed while the project was going on. It's very versatile, this project. So we piled up offices in different sizes, shapes, traditional offices, ones that are more open space, ones that are more designer areas, then a penthouse, one right at the top of the building, and then there are hotel apartments. Rotana, the hotel, well, we know that it's an intensifier of the business in the city, so the platform is developed in 6 floors through atria, a whole series of public spaces, restaurants, spas, cafes, and all of this provides visibility through major spaces, and we know each time what else is afterwards, and there's not this piling up that one might feel is a bit sort of awesome in some of the buildings around us. And here we have in Athens, in the Onassis Center, the cultural center, we have culture spread over different floors. It's an area that's very tight and restricted, and here we can see that around this opera house. There are all sorts of art galleries, exhibition halls. They're essential. And then to finish off, let me just show you this Jinan project. You saw it. You have the landmark with the tower. And then vertically, of course, not in the tower here, but at least on 8 floors, we are developing libraries and cultural activities, all of this to create intensity, a landmark, and public high-quality spaces. Thank you very much. Roueïda, thank you very much. That is something that was very well illustrated, and all of the examples are very interesting. Now we're going to clean the bacteria from the remote control, and you're going to tell us what is happening in Paris. This is a study, a case study. I can tell you what's going on in Porte de Versailles on density and intensity. It's not necessarily very high-rise buildings, but they're looking at cities on cities and piling up different usages. Now, this is the long-term vision of the Porte de Versailles for 2024. There will be high heights with the triangle building with Romain Causip, and then you have a renovated fleet. The area in Porte de Versailles was created in 1923. It's almost 100 years old, and the origin of it was single use. So there were major public exhibitions, the Foire de Paris, and right in the beginning it was a Luna Park and a fun fair. So we started, in order to run this park and give it more luster and attract people, we thought about it not as a property developer but as a renovator and refurbisher, and we thought about the whole fleet. So we tried to provide flexibility. Exhibition spaces or areas, they're sort of hangars on the outskirts of cities. Well, we developed this and built it into a congress center. This is far more interesting for meetings. And then in a hallway in the bottom of the park, between the périphérique Cité des Moulineaux and Vanves, we developed this Paris Convention Center. That provided more flexibility. First step, that was 2 years, 2015 to 2017. Next, to provide more density and intensity, we moved to a diversity of usages. It was a fleet for public at large, and now it's used for professional or office meetings. And then we added all of the usage aspect for any visitor who might be coming to the park. So they need to eat, there are restaurants, they need to shop because they're in Paris, so there are shops, and they need to spend the night. So we have 2 hotels that were delivered at the end of last year and designed by Jean-Michel Villemotte. One right at the back of the picture in black is called Mama Shelter, and the other one is the Novotel. That's the white building. In front of it, you have a signal or a landmark work of art. This is something that's important in the skyline, on the skyline, and you can see that in a place that is not very vertical, the role of the triangle tower is very important in the park. So we have flexibility in the usages that are specific to what we do. We've added diversity to open up to all of the different usages necessary for the park, and then we have also added, and we're piling up because this is on the roof of a hall on the new building 6 or pavilion 6. We're adding usages that have nothing to do with the first operation or function of the park. They have no interest, first of all, for the users of this place, and we have this urban farm just behind in the left-hand corner of the picture. That's the biggest urban farm on a roof in Europe, 14,000 square meters of production. And then you have people on the terrace. You have a rooftop bar here. It's Le Perchoir franchise building. It's in Ménilmontant and also above the Bazar de l'Hôtel de Ville, and it's also here on the Porte de Versailles. And then you have the event greenhouse, and this greenhouse is open to the city even when the park is not used, and it's not being used at the moment, the park, and that's been the case since March. But this place, and this was a picture that was taken a couple of days ago, this place is a major success. We're changing the refurbishment of the place. We've thought about it and we've developed it within the city, not just for one usage and the first function of the building, but we've looked at how it could be inserted into its urban meshing and within the context of the needs of a neighborhood as overall. And this is what the project has led to in Porte de Versailles. And then we have the Triangle Tower, Tour Triangle, I talked about it, and this will be a big landmark. And then around the Périphérique, Pavilions 2 and 3, and this is something more traditional in terms of our attractiveness, but what is certain is that we will not be going back in time. And of course, the restaurants that we will put there will be opening onto the city, and the meeting areas will have the capacity to become autonomous, and we will not go back in time to recreate this urban meshing. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, not for concluding, but for giving. Romain, you have to give your opinion now. Robin, sorry. One slide, so maybe you can pop the slide up. That's it. It's up. Thank you. Now, I'm going to finish after the first very concrete exampmples that my colleagues just gave you. Now, before I wanted to talk, I wanted to say that before this question of high-rise buildings, we often have this issue of high buildings and whether the buildings are high enough. There's a real gap between what's allowed in the urban planning allowances and what's actually built on the field. And all of this is very important and powerful in terms of what it means, and it's going to carry on developing beyond the issue of the crisis. And that's that we're more and more numerous in living in, and we live in areas that are more and more restricted in terms of space, and we're trying to avoid this urban spread, urban sprawl. We're trying to create also green areas that should absorb the pollution. So, for example, climate deregulation is very thought about. Ile-de-France has been affected in the past 5 years by 2 major floods. So how do we create spaces that are able to absorb these phenomena? How do we create green spaces that make urban life tolerable, acceptable and enjoyable? And how do we create public spaces where people can meet and change and exchange? That's the power of cities, and that's what cities are for. It's this ability to communicate and meet and talk and communicate. All of this, of course, leads to the need to project things upwards or make things grow upwards, and this capability to build upwards, it was very much associated during the health crisis to the propagation and spread of the virus. That's not true, though, because all of the studies have showed that the virus spread in places that were places where people were all together. Promiscuity or being close together and density are not the same things. You might have areas that are very strongly marked by people being there in great numbers, because you'll have surfaces that are very reduced for people. You'll have places where there's multiple occupation. That's why the virus spread in more popular areas in New York or London or Ile-de-France. And then you have places in cities where there's a lot of density, but there are surface areas for each inhabitant that are actually fairly high. And once again, building and construction have very interesting answers to this, and they don't necessarily require to go up to be high up. And here you have a few examples in major cities. There are no European cities, but these are examples to compare different cities all abroad. The ratio between surface on the floor and the surface deployed in the building, the habitable surface area, can be higher in some cities, despite the fact that the building is less high. And so we have this possibility within architecture to produce enough spaces, to produce enough habitable space to respond to this need that is a very important need. And I think that today that we are lacking a specific debate on this, a discussion on this, and the discussion about heights is a way of pushing things away, or for when it might just be normal heights, buildings with normal heights. When you look at the normal traditional height for Haussmannian buildings, traditional buildings, and then when we look at the projects for the inner circle, we're well below what was produced at the time in terms of habitable surface and surface area. So a lot of projects are offered at the moment or now in these areas, and this leads to quite dire consequences, and that means the removal of some of the populations from the urban centre, and therefore urban sprawl that is talked about a great deal and written about a great deal. And has been over the past few years, and it's been deemed to be bad for the environment. So long live heights, and I think that on high-rise buildings, and I think that the projects that were shown by both of you shows that you can make high buildings very beautiful. And it creates a frame of life or situation of life that is enjoyable without making people unhappy and forcing them to live in these spaces. Thank you, Robin. I don't think the subject is it good or bad to build high? The question put to you by the organization is, does it create value? And what value does it create if it creates value? If it doesn't create value, well, things are not good, are they? Well, there we go. That's your answer. If it's economic and financial, then the answer is yes, of course. And the experience at Porte de Versailles demonstrates the fact that that we're moving away from a single market from a property point of view, and this means that we are mitigating risk. I apologize, that was a French bit. And it's enabling gateways between different uses within the same building, but also between different types of activities. Hotel owners have a restoration offer that's of very high quality, and also a very high quality seminar offer, and they're building around the hotel room a whole ecosystem where everyone can create value reciprocally depending on the different usages. That's true, and it's not very Parisian in reality. In fact, it was difficult to happen. AFEX is an association of architects. It's French, but not just architects. They're building abroad, and for many years we had issues presenting our references and our towers in France and in Paris because there weren't any of them. So it's not really part of our history and part of our background or our legacy. For example, restaurants in major hotels, well, the experience is totally foreign, or was foreign, and now things are happening in France. So things are changing, and globalization is setting in and settling in. I don't know if it's for the best, but it does actually happen. Now, in your different presentations, two words came to mind. One is density, because of course main heights of course involve density, and the second aspect is functional mix. And you talked about this. Could you talk about it again, please? Roueïda, could you talk about density? Okay, density, there is a certain amount of density that's desirable and essential. Some cities are so spread and sprawling that nothing happens, and when people decide that they want to go and live in city, it's because they want the urban life. They want to live in a place where they can meet people and see people. For example, today we've noticed that we're re-establishing functional links to work by working from home. However, the question is very strongly set. What happens with, enjoying meeting people and having events, or like this one, or during rave parties where they're finding it difficult to prevent them. So this element of pleasure and leisure is something that's sought after, and it's incompatible with the COVID situation, but people do like meeting up, and so density, when it is well under control, is something that is sought after, as opposed to what people who want to go to and live in the countryside might think. Now, let me say a few words about the towers. The towers can lead to love and lack of, or loss of love, and this is important in relation to the creation of value. You need to love the neighborhood, and they give value. It gives value if they're liked. If they're not liked, I don't know what happens, but they have this link with the population of a city, and it's very important to have this in mind when you build one of these towers. Thank you. And of course, the history of towers is changing. You can see this with the Tour Montparnasse, for example, that Parisians did not like it for many, many years. And for example, they used to say, well, at least when you're in it, you can't actually see it. But anyway, this is changing, and towers in Paris. Pablo, what do you think of it? What do you think of them? This is a taboo subject. No, I like the popular saying that says that a tower on its own makes no sense. It needs to be in a cluster, and so with a whole load of towers, it's more powerful. If towers are built on the doors of Paris, on the outskirts, on the surroundings of Paris, it seems important. They're sort of entry doors to the Greater Paris area, and that's where you see this sort of seam around Paris, and the logic behind it. The tower doesn't close; it creates a bridge between the city and the other parts of outside the city, and to stick to this triangle building, building in Versailles, the communes that support it the most are the ones that are on the limits of Paris. For example, Issy-les-Moulineaux, because they've understood that by having a signal or an iconic building, a landmark there, they know that there'll be the hotels, restaurants, and viewing areas and offices, and this creates a demand that goes beyond Paris and goes beyond the inner circle, the périphérique, because the scope of the tower goes further than just 20-30 meters around it. So what was done with the courthouse by Renzo Piano is that you have this and also the Jean Nouvel tower. You have this tower that creates a doorway, and it's not easy because you have the périphérique, the inner ring, the ring road, and you have this sort of porosity that's created between the core of the city and all of the area around it, the outskirts. How about you, Robin? What would you say about it? Well, I think that building high isn't just to do with towers. There are a whole lot of buildings, mid-height buildings, where we ought to be able to go as far up as this maximum height, 7, 8, 10 floors, and that's how we are able to meet the challenges that are out. And the creating a value of a tower is complicated because some towers can be very anti-psychological or antisocial. In New York, you have housing towers that sometimes have been replaced by higher buildings, and there are fewer flats per capita than there were previously on the land on which they were built. So in theory, it's very beautiful, and the architectural design is very interesting, but at the same time, it takes part in this phenomenon of destroying the social value. We're talking about the creation of value earlier on. So there is this balance to be found with these towers. They're not all perfect. Some of them are very good. And I really want to push people to understand that before the tower, even if it's the most symbolic and powerful symbol in architecture that's very much fashionable and has been for the past few years, we have these mid-sized buildings that are already quite high in our scale, and they should first of all be able to respond to this requirement to house people. Thank you very much. There's a subject on the towers, for example, in Paris, and just to come back to Paris, because that's where we're living, to know what the situation is. We had the towers at La Défense. They were mainly office towers, and now we're having to deal with the question of housing, that we're going to have to deal with. What are we going to do with these square feet of office? Do we still need these square feet of office? Will it change? And what will this new reality and health situation provide or bring to the use of the towers in their different everyday life?
Well, I also, if I may say so, believe in the importance of meeting physically, right? The company I manage, we all lived through lockdown. And, well, you see, I think we all believe that working from home office, especially, when we put this in the context also of office towers and so on, right? It kind of makes sense, especially when you have also transverse projects with the various departments involved. When you don't meet someone you're working with on a common project, coffee machine, well, you don't think about, this thing you had to talk about and blah blah, and so it slows down projects. So you need to have a place where you meet. Whatever this place may be, right? It can be an office, it could be perhaps meeting for a seminar in a given place, wherever, right? But at some point, people need to get together to shake hands, discuss, interact, and pop up ideas. Well, this has been for quite some time now the issue, of not getting people who work in the same building together to interact, right? That there's not this value creation capacity in buildings that you can find on a campus, right? I believe, more generally speaking, that the office is going to remain a very important place. We have 23 companies in our portfolio, and only one has decided to get rid completely of their offices. And we've invested in very young companies, right? So probably those people who represent the most the people who want to perhaps get rid of offices and what they represent, which is not the case, right? So I believe that in recent years, the design of offices has been reviewed or revised in a very interesting way, allowing more interaction between stories. And but then there are also other towers in which the list, namely, play a very important role in allowing more fluidity within the building. So I believe that, yeah, if you can take this into account, because you see, the lift is a very crucial point in the building, especially for COVID, because so many people packed in the lift, right? So you need to be very careful. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, so I believe that, yeah, modern towers, and especially with the progress that's been made in terms of how much you can lift up and down, and how fast you can lift people up and down a building, allows very interesting spaces in the way they are designed. Anyway. Well, you know, I mentioned density earlier on, and then I also mentioned diversity, right? I think this is also something that is important in these towers. You mentioned vertical cities. Well, yeah, you see, this diversity, functional diversity, is very important. We don't really know how many people are going to be working together in the same place on similar activities in a similar context, right? Well, there are various things that need to be taken into account. But a tower is quite specific in a way. The stories have a given space, allowing you to fit this or that activity. So you could perhaps fit an office, a hotel, and then, let's say, a flat, right? So obviously they're not going to be the same flats as the Haussmannian flats, but there are different uses that are possible in modern towers. And we try to do this and come up with these uses before we pile up the stories, right? Because you need to organize access to the tower and access in the tower. Yeah, but if you take the building in Buenos Aires, it's quite interesting to what extent the people need the spaces outside, the balconies, the terraces, and so on. But in a tower, especially with the wind factor, it's not that easy, right? I mean, obviously you can do it, but it's perhaps not necessarily what people choose. Well, what we did in Buenos Aires is quite interesting, especially for high towers and the wind factor. Now, one of the towers I showed you, one that's 80 meters high with the penthouse, it's 80 meters, the penthouse is 80 meters from the ground, right? And it's protected by a glass windshield, right? Now, sometimes we are asked to put together 3 stories to create kind of an empty space, which allows you to recreate the space that you would have in a 3-story building, right? But then there are various functional entities that will take up the space of 3 stories, and so you will reduce the necessity of going up and down using the lift for lunch or for going home in the evening, right? And this is quite often what leads to issues with lifts, right? At these given times during the day. And if you have the use of stairs, and if you do it in the right way, well, it will fluidify the flow, right, in the buildings. But this it depends on how you're going to design the inside of the tower, right? But it's possible. Yeah, if I may say something about functional diversity, I actually agree with what's been said, and this is obviously something that we take into account in the design of our spaces. But it's extremely important. But then I don't see that many buildings that are being raised with only one use, right? And probably campuses have helped us think about this, because you know, having towers that are well, spread out as is a campus, right? It's quite interesting. But if you can do this in a way, right? In raising a tower, it's quite interesting. But then again, it obviously requires us to think about the functional diversity in these buildings. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry, because I would have liked to take a few questions from the audience, because we do have a few brave ones who've stayed on so late, but we don't have the pad. So do you have any questions perhaps from the audience? No? Not inspired? Okay, well, why not? In that case, let's conclude. Perhaps you could all take it in turns to close with a sentence, interesting sentence. Roueïda, you want to start? Right. Well, I believe there's one thing very interesting, is that at some point you need to set the space of a building, right? In Le Grand Paris, you can't do Haussmannian buildings, right? You can work on the landscape, but not the towers. The towers are going to allow you to set space in a bigger space, right? That's, I think, I believe, very important to take into account. Thank you. Well, I wanted to join the discussion in order to demonstrate that what is important on top of high towers, it's the density of the towers. And listening to Romain, I believe that it's all the more truer that if you are capable of having more activities in one place, well, density is not going to be the problem, but it's promiscuity, right? And so I'm going to try to take this into account when I negotiate for big events to take place in our venues. Romain? Well, I believe there's a lot of value in building higher social value. This allows more people in the urban area. This allows us to reduce urban sprawl. This allows us to create iconic buildings, and this allows us to go higher and higher and higher, and taking into account urban planning and the history of the urban areas compared to what's been done in the past. There's such a big challenge in building higher. Okay, thank you very much. And perhaps if I take this back to the beginning of this discussion and citing Mr. Park we showed on the video, we need to make sure that we do not neglect the bottom of the tower, the street, and what happens in the streets. That's my conclusion. Thank you very much for bearing with us. Good night.